start the stream.
I downloaded that a while ago. I've got it down.
I didn't even know there was an anime. The only thing I knew about Metabots was a GBA fighting game.
Yeah, there's an anime. That's how I know about it.
There's an anime, and there's apparently like a lot more video games about it than I thought there was, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was one they released like what, a couple years ago on 3DS.
Didn't even know
Considering
that.
the kind of anime it is, I mean, makes sense.
Alrighty, and we're live. Welcome back to Kingless Chronicle. With me are the usual suspects, and last time, Bub hauled off an entire trove of treasure. With the help of Tulio. Let's see. DeLon ended up, I believe he went to the library. Everybody heard heard part of Ophelia's story. He also interacted with his Pearl Dragon. The Pearl Dragon who has gifted him power. And lastly, Gildas went to the Healer's Den to learn more about the goddess Sylviana, as well as the Elven people. Then he went to the Bridge of Amor, where he spoke to one of their spiritual healers. Got some words of wisdom. Currently, I would say this is about around, I'd say, either the evening of that day or the next day, depending on what the party wishes for. Because Bub's stuff technically is happening all at once, due to how that's working.
Yeah, over the course of, I think, 3 days.
Yeah.
So, whoever hasn't spent that time should spend it. I mean, I'm going to spend the rest of my week for sure.
I
Like,
think
don't get me
neither of
wrong.
us have done it more than like half a day, maybe.
Yeah, I know, that's the real question. No, you should just create a political dynasty real quick.
Yeah, okay, sure. I'll overthrow the elves, because you know.
There was
I'm
that
not-
one really sus racist chick you talked to at the end of last session.
What do you mean sus?
I don't know. She seemed. I didn't trust her.
What? You're talking
don't
about?
trust anybody.
You're talking about the booby priesty lady?
Yeah.
I
didn't
do.
trust
The
her.
only person
I
you
mean-
trust is fucking Tulio. Like, come on.
I know.
And he's the least
Well,
trustworthy person in the party.
Hey, I trust you guys.
to be fair, also, I don't know if it was Evan or Rem, but you guys didn't trust Delon's family either. There's like something about the wife. I don't trust her.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay,
Yeah, I just held off.
Yeah, so
I figure we're gonna visit them later on. Like the whole time y'all were talking about your family and stuff, developing characters. I'm like, Mom is 6 years old. He doesn't have any of that shit. That's why I like him, though.
It's okay. I was proven wrong.
Yeah, as one wise man put it, the first 3 levels are your backstory.
Depends on the campaign and the tone that you're all going for. That can work.
Yeah, mine is I went to college, guys.
you went to college and flunked out, and then you went to the woods and you
Bob
lived.
is Ben Shapiro
You didn't
confirmed.
die.
I went to college. Y'all. My wife's a doctor.
No, but like the thing is like now I'm like the chosen one who's gonna try to save everything. So like it worked, dude.
It did. It worked out for
Plus
you
one
really
for
well.
college dropouts again.
Clearly, dropping out of college has gains. I'm kidding.
It's the requisite to being successful, apparently.
But alrighty. That having
Yeah,
been said, what is the party currently getting up to?
Yeah, but
I'd say it's
y'all can
about
definitely
evening or
go.
so at the moment, getting close to it.
I have jack and shit to do.
Evening of the first day.
Dawn of the dun, 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 dun.
Come on, this isn't the final sessions of Fairy Tail.
Uh-oh.
You don't have a
Okay.
week
Oh.
to stop the final boss or anything.
Oh god.
Well, I already know. I have a list of stuff I gotta do, so... Do you want me to get all the boring stuff out at the evening as well?
Poor dude. I mean, I don't know though. Like, if I'm gonna leave later, maybe you can wait for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just wait. I can just wait. You do whatever you want to.
I guess this time let's actually try to keep like 20-minute turns or whatever.
All right,
Uh,
you go for it.
Like, I know what I want to do. It's gonna take me like 2 minutes to do it. Well,
Then
not,
just do
one of
it.
them I'm not sure. The other thing is I literally just say I study primordial.
That's
So
already
half of
been
it-
done. You've been studying it with the water elemental.
But yeah, the only thing I need to do is make the toy, and then I'm just gonna spend the rest of the time studying primordial until I'm required to go to the meeting. Essentially,
Cool. Who are you gonna go and get the toy made, Bub? Where are you gonna go?
I'm literally just gonna like ask around for
Okay.
a toy maker, and then use some of the fancy shit I got
Okay.
to like make a cool toy.
Then go do that.
And
That's
with a little
that's
bit
a
of
turn.
grid magic, I could just literally wait till we go to the north where all the spiritual energy is and get a toy from there, though. So that doesn't even matter. So y'all could go.
Alrighty then. So, Dalan or Gildas?
Flip a coin.
2-man enter, 1-man leave. If you don't pick one, if you don't, when neither of you step up and say I am Spartacus, then I'm just going to sacrifice all of you.
You just gotta say "Ora no tar, duro."
Is there any plans that you have for him specifically?
Like, actually, I got some stuff, right? But like, can't wait for the next day, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm like,
Okay.
yeah, my plan was to go to the places I got last time. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
we can do a quick stop at the waterfall, then go to the spa, then like finish the
Yeah.
day at the Adventurers Guild because this was something I want to do there.
Mm.
So it's really like 70% like yeah, I'm gonna do that, but like I don't know what's gonna happen there essentially. So since you have like a more
Mm-hmm.
planned out thing, then let's say go ahead and start.
Dalan it
It's not
is.
necessarily. Bub, it is.
Dalan it is.
Oh, okay. I don't necessarily have. I mean, yeah, I already have a list of things. They're not necessarily planned, but I guess I'll just start off real quick. I'm just gonna go and. I came back from the library, so I'm gonna go and find the caravan. I'm gonna find our stuff and bring it to the house.
Good. I totally forgot.
Bub walked
Yeah,
right
he
past
left it by
it,
the
and he's like,
waterfall.
"Oh, it's our wagon. It's fine."
Well, I was too busy with the treasure.
Bob
You
was
were,
literally like,
so it's understandable.
"Cart don't matter.
Kobolds are very
treasure."
simple creatures. It's fine. Once Bub gets on a single target, he doesn't let up.
That's kind of the idea, yeah.
I mean, that's fair. You're playing to character. You saw it. Oh, it's fine. Moves on. Yeah, I'll deal with it later if I remember.
Yeah, that's my playstyle.
I know, Evan. I know. I've known you a long time.
Alrighty then.
That it doesn't work.
So Dalan, you make your way over towards looking around for the cart.
Yeah. With Alessa in tow, because why not?
So are you riding on the back of Alessa, or are you just like leading him around by with him walking by next to you, kind of a thing? What's the plan?
I imagine we're just walking by each other, where we're just kind
Fair
of
enough.
chilling.
Fair enough.
There's really no reason for him to get on the back of Alesse when DeLon can walk.
That's fair. I was just making sure.
Yeah, no, and also
The
respectfully.
response
like
of
a-
certain people would be different, essentially, depending on how things, which one you're doing.
Yeah, no, he's just chilling side by side. When DeLon's kind of like, well, we're not on the road where you're carrying stuff or we're going anywhere. If we're in town, he usually just leads. It usually just like, oh, well, okay, you have autonomy anyways, so we'll just walk as if he's walking with a friend.
Alrighty then. So you're walking through the Wood Elf Village. You're walking through the city of Lunaria, and you're trying to find your wagon at the moment. You think you may have heard something over rather quickly about where you might be able to find something like that? You remember it was over in the western side of the town somewhere.
Yep.
So you make your
I'm
way
gonna go
over
look-
that way.
Probably look for the hunting company that we hired. I'm pretty sure I
Yes.
remember her name, so just like I'm looking for her and stuff.
Yeah, if you ask around, if you mention that, hey, you're looking for Eladir, I
Mm,
believe that was her name. Hold on. Yeah,
yes, you're
Eladir. If you
correct.
ask for Eladir, you'll find that multiple people point you towards the waterfall.
Got it.
They say that her and her company relatively recently got back from an escort job, and they're waiting
Mm,
for they're waiting for the meetup.
mm. All right, I head that way.
Alrighty. So you begin heading towards the waterfall, and you can see like a bit of rainbow, some pixies flying over as you see the splattering of the waterfall into the lake creates the mystical effect here. As
Hmm.
you continue heading in that direction, you see several wood elf women are either
Mm.
lounging somewhere nearby or like sitting on a tree or something with one leg up and a knee, another on their arm on their knee, or like some are just like sitting on the grass talking with each other. Some seem to have a basket or picnicking or something. Others seem to be sharpening blades.
Mm.
Um, they just seem to be relaxing at the moment. They seem to have had very little difficulty. Though they are clearly all still in their gear, seemingly ready to go off at a moment's notice.
Got it. I suppose I'm gonna look around and see if Eladir is nearby
As you
or
look
anyone
around,
maybe
you can see
recognizes.
that she is actually nearby. She is sitting on a tree stump with your cart right next to the tree stump, and
Hmm.
she's whittling away with her dagger at a piece of wood.
Hmm. Then I will approach, listening to. Hey,
Ah, was wondering when you would show up.
my deepest apologies. It's taken us some time to arrive, but we just arrived today.
I heard y'all went over and managed to go to the mountain pass. Heard it got cleared up. Multiples of the jobs at the Adventurers Guild have been cleared out. Eh?
to some, to a certain extent, I.
Very nice. Your delay is expected.
I'm... Excellent. Then if you could just part with our cart, I believe that would be the end of our arrangement at this time.
She nods at that, stands up from the tree stump. She actually just places the carving that she was on the cart, and she puts her fingers to her mouth and gives a very sharp whistle. All of the hunters and huntresses with her stand up, pack their things, and begin ready to head off. She's all yours.
Thank thee.
You're welcome.
Stay safe.
Oh, we intend to. The road was a bit rough. Some well, bumped into a certain red dragonborn, and I had a bit of a fight with him over a kobold.
And how is this kobold?
Quite sad, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Not miserable, just sad.
He's still in the possession of the Red Dragonborn.
As of now, yes.
Let's see.
There's an unfortunate ruling that seems to have fallen into place, as a red kobold, even if banished, is still, if to be found, property to be obtained by the Red Dragon. And so, as an operative of the Red Dragon, snacks and his well-being falls under his domain, even if banished.
I see.
Did not anticipate the elders to be so courteous to him.
I expect will be the courteous in attempts to you with any difficulties. And I expect that that may not continue necessarily as time goes forward.
She nods. You see as she looks briefly past you, and she makes like a
Mhm.
shooing motion. Like, go on. If you look past, you see that a few of her people were like lingering, but seeing
Mhm.
that, they just kind of like gave a nod or like a
Mhm.
brief two-finger salute and head off.
Hmm. In
Sorry
any
if
case,
you've received any sort of a unwarm welcome.
no one more unwarm than others we've been to, I assure you.
I'm simply saying because these aren't the easiest of times.
Unfortunately, that seems to be a common practice in everywhere I go now these days.
It's a bit of a rough time these days. Lots of stuff has been hectic since the last Dragon War.
Hmm.
But, from one to another,
Hmm.
I do hope you enjoy your stay here. And the Red Dragonborn is around. Currently, he's at the temple.
Huh.
Most won't tell you about it because they don't wish to talk about it, valuing the privacy of the nation with foreigners, but you're close with Eleanor, so...
I see. I appreciate it. Please,
Think
take
nothing
care.
of it. But again, you're close with Eleanor, so I'm going to speak about some things with you, since we're alone.
Delon will give her a brief bow, and he will begin taking the cart, making sure all the items are secure.
She
Because he has
nods.
inventory and stuff.
She nods, but she's going to talk to you while you do so.
That's fine.
Was really unexpected when that so-called prince came up. He's not my prince, though. Got a king. Don't need a foreign prince to come over and start pulling rank.
I have been meaning to ask. I was going to ask Lady Eleanor later, but you seem to have a. I'm not quite sure understanding on the concept of the different aspects. Aren't the Farundiers and the Sylvanas are both old families, but one is a prince and the other is a king. Are they genetically similar? And they're in the same family, but also they speak of it. You speak of it if that's not the truth.
It's a very long-standing issue. Essentially, the Sylvanas family have been the ruling lineage of the Wood Elves for a very long time. It's a very old tradition. We've had a king for as long as, well, we've been around.
Mm-hmm.
The High Elves also function under a similar philosophy. They have a king as well. Faerundir is the noble High Elven line. They never speak their first names, only of their surnames to people. When they introduce themselves as as Faerundir, for their family is one, supposedly. Sylvanas, however, his name is Aur, King Aur Sylvanas.
Mm-hmm.
As if there's any sort of relation between them, the family lines are surprisingly close and have been so for quite a while. Longer than even I've been alive.
Mm. Confusing. But not all too different than some King's Landing families, so it is understandable.
Yeah, there was nearly a civil war as it's taught to us now.
Aye. And to avoid it, if I recall the history correctly, there was a marriage set up, diplomacy involved, and the christening of a new union was made with a sword.
That's exactly it. Been reading up. Good.
Well, I have to. If I'm going to wield a weapon, I should know its history, he says, patting the sword on his hip.
It's a good blade. Though many people around here wouldn't really care too much about it so long as it's being used for the right reasons.
Hmm.
We're not as held back on certain obsessions of belongings as the High Elves can be. What matters to us is that it's being used properly. That's being well taken care of, and if the wielder is using it properly and taking excellent care of it, we see no need to take it away from them. Most of the time, anyways. But yes, their line has been much closer. My King Sylvanus is, I believe it would be third or fourth cousins by your standards, perhaps, when it comes to the Faerundir line.
So, if I am to understand it, then the Sylvanas have been the family line that has dictated leadership over the Wood Elves of this domain, but Faerundir's family line encroaches leadership over the High Elves. Then what does it make of His Excellency, the King of Asteria?
King of Asterium?
Aye.
Traitorous, low-born bastard who just decided to up and leave, hates elves, and decides that humankind is better.
Delon kind of like blinks at that. So much harshness. You surprise me.
I'm not usually one to be so cruel. However, I have a specific hang-up when it comes to those who specifically choose to cast off all of their own people out of some small petulant form of resentment. You can hate where you come from, that's perfectly acceptable, but don't hate all the people who are around you.
That is surprising. The man I met was not as you describe. Not completely. He did seem distant, but not altogether in the manner that you suggest. Although, one thinks about it, I did see a resentment when he spoke of the High Elves in certain families. But I assumed it was because of the constant relationship he must afford as a king and the burdens that it entails.
He has a resentment for anyone born into a position of power that has not earned it.
But the line also is that an issue?
For him? Positively.
No, I mean to say, is that is an issue to thee?
Oh. I have no problems with people who are born into power. They didn't choose it. What I have a problem with is if they are born into power and misuse said power. That's my only problem with it. If you have power, you have the responsibility to use it appropriately.
I see.
For instance, I am in command of multiple individuals, multiple troops. Brothers and sisters, if you will. As such, I have a responsibility to uphold, to take good care of them all, to make sure to see us through to the next mission, and more thereafter, to bring them home to their families. If I were to treat them as expendable, what would be the point?
Aye, you would not wish to do so. They are your kin and your brothers in arms, sisters in arms. You should treat them as if you would any of your siblings. And to lose one is a distraught feeling. I know that all too well.
She
I
nods.
can respect that idea.
The King of Asterium, however, seems to have a resentment for where he came from. Now, I didn't know him personally at the time, but I was a few villages over from the farming area where he grew up. I think I remember him when I was much younger. Not very clearly. He's older than me after all.
Hmm.
But I do remember, even at that time, he had a bit of a resentment towards high elves, disliking working fields while they simply gorged themselves on extravagance.
I did bring up this concept to you, and you and your kin seemed unbothered by it.
Well, as far as we mostly see it, don't let them gorge themselves on extravagance. It'll catch up with them eventually. Lecturing them and fretting about how they're living their lives will simply ruin our lives by extension. We should simply focus on enjoying our lives and making sure they're good and proper. Besides, if they're feasting on extravagance and you let them do so, they turn a blind eye to us down here. They're less bothered with us. But if you make a big old stink, a hubbub about it, then they come over, start demanding things from you, and they start becoming encroaching, difficult to deal with. Let them be content in their extravagance. Criticize them of it, and they come all the way over here to show you just how much extravagance they can afford to throw around.
Hmm. I understand. I see. How intriguing. I never is it your philosophy and the King of Mysteriums is similar but different. He decided to. It seemed he decided to take a more assertive route, and now he is King of Mysterium, where now he holds sway of many decisions in his land.
From what I've heard of Asterium, he's a bit of a control freak.
From my brief stay there, and from the words of Lady Eleanor, she is very likely to agree. Although, she does say that he runs a tight ship, and he runs it well. So I cannot give any additional information on my time there. I only met the man, as it were, once. There was a brief altercation, and I was a bit in awe of it at the time. I had never met a king before.
Neither have I, honestly. I speak of a man I've only seen in passing, never actually met. But from what I've seen and what I've heard, I don't particularly enjoy him.
Perhaps what we hear is not always what is, and what we see is not always what may be. If that's anything I've learned in the Savage Lands, is that. So perhaps, before being too harshly on his excellency, you might consider meeting the individual first. But I won't stop you from believing it.
Meeting the Lord of Asterium. Now that's a funny one. He'd never even
Why?
come over here. And I'm certainly not traveling all the way to Asterium. Not unless I'm escorting a convoy over the mountain path or something.
I'm merely suggesting it, not on a terms. You are quite talented for a huntress. You go very far in certain aspects should you choose it. But I'm more than respecting if you choose the fact that you choose to stay here. It's a welcome understanding. I'm merely importing that you should speak with the individual first, get to know them first before making assumptions on what they hear say. There's other rumors of who I am and what I believe and what I am as a dragonborn, but very few actually take the time to understand. Just saying, you might be surprised.
Perhaps.
That's all. But in any case, I'm sure I've taken up too much of your time, and Leslie and I should be carrying this back to the homestead.
Sounds
But
good.
it was an honor speaking with you, your ladyship. And thank you for safeguarding it. I truly,
Of course.
truly thank you.
A few things fell out of the wagon when it kind of tipped over in the swamp, but we made sure we rounded up everything. We ran into a bit of a hubbub. If the cart's a little dented or scratched or has some pieces of wood missing, Those were the spears thrown at us. Everything should be there, though.
Spears.
Oh yes. The tribes are very restless lately.
I see. Well, not that. Then
We were assumed to have been a caravan led by the Red Dragonborn.
See.
Oh
Well,
yes.
mhm.
You mentioned before I head out though. You mentioned why also a separation between the High Elven Prince and our king, yes?
I did. When you did not answer, I assumed it was none of my business.
No, I simply was just answering the other things and got a little bit distracted and worked up.
Hmm.
The prince himself is, from what I've seen, very rational by High Elven standards, yet no less prideful. I saw him walk through the entire streets, headed right up to the temple. He chose to walk on the streets. He didn't ride on the back of a steed.
Delon glances to Blesse.
But let's say, seems to be giving you a raised eyebrow, as if that's a surprise. He also has a lot more sway over all of the other elven kingdoms than any other of the elvish lords. He can't directly tell the king of the Wood Elves what to do, but the king of the Wood Elves is forced to listen. High Elves have had the ruling class for quite a long time, and they've made painstaking efforts to maintain it. As such, their words are mostly law, but the High Elven kings very, very seldomly make themselves known, choosing usually to send an operative to handle affairs for them while they deal with the more pressing matters themselves, mostly dabbling and wrangling all of the elvish lords into some semblance of order.
I see.
But Prince Faerundir himself he's been serving as his father's intermediary. A rather strange development, as most of the time they send some other operative, a lord of high standing, but never really their heir. Sending your heir to other kingdoms is as if asking for an assassination ploy.
That's not a common thing, but it must be great urgency.
From what I've been able to gather from listening to the grapevine, Prince Faerundir personally seeks out any place where diplomacy is happening and nothing is actually being said. And whenever he arrives, people actually begin to talk to each other. It's all hearsay, of course, but it's an interesting thing to ponder upon. A high elvish prince who can actually get things done for once.
Indeed. Well, we won't keep you. Till next we meet.
She nods. She picks up her cloak. Basically does a small turnaround as it swirls around her, clipping it around her neck at the same time, begins walking off. Give Eleanor my regards. Tell her if she's staying in town, I'd like to go out to eat with her sometime. We have a lot to catch up on.
Indeed. I'll pass it on.
Thank you. That she basically sashays away from you.
Fast that can get things done. Fascinating. Well, old friend, let's get this cart back to our home.
Phyllis nods and starts pulling the cart.
Mhm.
You notice that your mule is nearby, so with the aid of the mule, the cart's also moving super easily.
Yeah. Huzzah! Our mule survived.
Your mule did not die.
It did not die. Huzzah!
It does seem a little spooked, but it seems okay.
I will use animal handling to try and unspook it.
Sounds good.
This is actually something I have that I hardly get to use.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
So you're
22.
easily able to soothe your mule and make him, basically get him to pull the cart solo. No Velisay aid needed.
Solo dolo.
Solo polo. Solo polo, let's go.
I think, and that's about 20 minutes, a little bit over 20 minutes. So Ram, it's your turn. I'm just gonna take this thing home.
Alrighty.
But yeah, I think I'll do the waterfall thing in the evening as well, like a bit later after Dalan, because I'm like, the elves' whole thing is like the moon and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we got this big touristic place, what is seemingly so, was like almost as equally important as like the big ass tree. So I'm like, if you go out there when like the moon's out, like and shining onto it, surely something will happen. That's my reasoning for that.
With the lake, you said?
Yeah, lake, waterfall, whatever.
It's both a lake and a
general-
waterfall.
Yeah, the general area.
Sounds good. Yeah, so it's a waterfall that feeds into a lake, essentially.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You're saying this to Delon,
No.
or just in general?
He's saying it
Yeah,
in general.
Yeah, in general.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Alrighty. So Gildas, you head over towards the waterfall in the lake area, specifically waiting for the moonlight to come out. And do you arrive a little early before the moon shines to see if there's a difference, or do you arrive like as the moon is out?
Well, I'd say just a bit before. So
Alrighty.
just how, yeah, this is how lake is usually is, and then that's how it changes.
Sounds good. So you show up just a bit before the lake, just before the moon comes out. The lake is quite beautiful, and as the sun sets, many of the fairies fly off and disappear, seemingly just heading off to rest or something. But as the sky gets darker outside, you see as it gets very dark here, actually. There's no sources of other light. The fairies were providing most of the light here before that point, but with them gone, it's very dark. However, the clouds part, and with it, the moon shines down. And as it does so, as the rays of moonlight strike onto the waterfall in the lake, you begin to see what look like almost spiritual or see-through translucent people, kind of like walking around on the water surface as if milling about carrying on their usual day. You can also see that the water surface is like a mirror.
Uh-huh. So just like see them like, am I seeing dead people? Actually, do I have anything? Make sure I'm seeing dead people. Hold on. Let's see, what do I even have? I probably can roll like Arcana and all that, like figure out like the kind of magic this is, or essentially figure out what's happening, you know.
You could try that.
Yeah.
You don't really know what's happening at all here. It definitely seems mystical though, but you're not sure how. Do you wish to try to get a closer look?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Alrighty. So I'd say you're probably like somewhere in here or something maybe.
Right. Feels like if I can't really see anything from up there, maybe go down to the bank.
Sounds good. So you go down towards the banks a bit to get a bit of a wrong token to get a bit of a better look. I just pulled the token out of my peripheral vision, and that's the one I grabbed by mistake. It was close, but a little too soon. And as you take a closer look towards the bank, Bub, you find that the bank, Bank Gildos. I am out of it today for some reason.
I was there all along.
Bub is always at the bank.
It's like this is happening. You have like Bub like holding like 10,000 gold like on his shoulders, like, hey, that's how you doing. Remind me.
Actually, yeah, Bub would have probably like hauled this off and under the cover of darkness. So it's entirely possible. I guess you could bump into him, like just see like a 3 carts being hauled off the beach's side a little bit, maybe.
No, but like actually what's happening probably wouldn't like notice right away anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. As you go towards the beach's edge, looking over the bank, looking at the banks here, see that the sand beneath your feet feels unbelievably fine and silky. However, and like pure and white as snow. As you look at the water's edge, though, the water doesn't seem to flow or ripple like water. It almost seems like crystal or something. You can see from your position a bit. Are you hiding or are you obviously on the bank?
Man, what would I hide?
That's fair. So as you're standing on the bank, kind of like just like looking out, you see that most of these people continue on as they do, just kind of these translucent figures. As you look at them now a little closer, they seem to almost be made of water or something, like watery looking people. You see as one briefly pauses and looks at you, seems to give you an odd look and just kind of continues on its way. You notice that they seem to look like elves a little bit, but they have even pointier than usual ears, like incredibly long pointy ears. They're really tall, and they're even more skinny than usual elves. They also are all wearing like what seem to be rather flowing garbs of water of some sort. They flow down kind of like a toga on them.
What's this? Mysterious fourth race of elves, the water elf. I mean, nobody said there wouldn't be. I say out loud. Right there. Like, honestly, like after like watching a bit more, like maybe 5 more minutes, I'll just take out like the papers I got like from earlier, and just go through them, and maybe there's, I don't know, something about like what I'm witnessing in them. I mean, that would be a good start considering I have no resources at all.
Fair enough.
But like, if I can't find anything, I don't know, I guess I'll try looking for someone around that might know about it.
So as you
Really, I
look through
don't
like
find-
the
Yeah.
papers of Sylviana that you received from Caroline, you find that they don't seem to say much about something like this. There seems to be something about like it briefly mentions spirits of the lake or something, but it doesn't elaborate too much further. Mostly says that they're harmless.
Well, actually, you know what? Scratch that. Who cares about like finding someone? Like, they know I'm here, right?
They clearly do. A few of them are like wondering why you're staring. They're not saying
Right.
anything, but they like give you looks clearly.
So, I was just gonna walk a bit closer, like, no, I'm like step in the water or anything, but like get closer to them. Like, look at one of them and call out to them. Hey,
As you do that, multiples of them kind of like stop what they're doing, either in mid conversation or step and like look in your direction with a curious look, as if wondering why you're calling out to them.
Well, I just give them like an equally like curious gaze. So I'm like, to look at them and say, "Would any of you tell me what's going on, if you please?"
So they seem a little puzzled until one of them walks up. Seems to be a really like hunched over old one that seems to be walking on an almost watery looking cane. Just staff, just using it to barely prop itself up. It brings out a shaky old hand, points up to the moon, points down to the water. It's very shaky and like uneven, and it gestures around at the entirety of the lake, and then finally ends its gesture pointing down, almost beneath the lake surface.
Oh, I'm gonna use these to my advantage. Because, I have like more explanations. What is
Insight, 25.
But I mean, I kind of get what he's saying, but
Look at us, you feel like he might be saying something or other about how the moon gives them presence or something with the lake, or perhaps with water, and that there's something beneath the water, perhaps? Or perhaps it's just the water's surface.
Oh, unfortunately, I can't really check what's under the water, but well, given what I saw, like, I wanna know. So, I'll just look at the old man and say, "You look like elves, but you're still quite different from all the ones I've seen. But just in case, simply nod or shake your head until I get there with the correct one. Alright?"
He rests himself on his walking staff, kind of like Gandalf does, seemingly mildly amused.
Alright. Wood elves.
He seems to shake his head.
Uh-huh. Wood elves? High elves. My bad. High elves.
As you say high elves, he shakes his head.
Now I know that they want to be called like that, but it's clear they're different. So honestly, given the context, I'll simply use, I'll say, drow.
He shakes his head again.
And now the drow also call themselves sylvan people. But clearly, if you're not with your none of the three,
As you say
the sylvan
Sylvan people, he raises one shaky finger and gives a nod.
Uh-huh. So that's how you actually look like. The drow been lying to us. Like, "Oh, the true elves, like, bitch, you're not. You don't look any of it." Well, actually, if you are the Sylvan people, I wonder, just how long have you been there on this lake or under it?
He gestures up towards the heavens and seems to just keep his hand up there as if counting stars in the sky.
Well, given that, I'll say. Wait, hold on. Let me just check pieces of lore. Because I need to check back when was the whole schism and stuff. You know, where is? Why is nothing under the draw village thing? Come on.
There is
Like,
something
yeah,
for one there with draw. I think
yeah,
it's
I
draw
know,
culture.
it's like, yeah, this is some like, you know, why isn't this under draw things, you know, like, the like handouts. I just, yeah, alright, second age. So, well though, as he's counting, I'll just like help him out and say, believe a drow separated from you called yourself themselves you back in the second era, which was thousands of years ago. So my question is rather, were you there before the schism or after that?
So he stops counting, looks at you, leans on his staff, and just holds up one finger, nods, and when he holds up two fingers, he shakes his head.
Well, I'll be. I'm talking with people who don't even exist anymore. They've been there for even longer than our oldest party member. And I'm here, not even knowing what to ask.
The old, rickety, watery-looking elf just seems to rest on his cane, and he almost seems to be chuckling.
Like, why, it's true though. Well, you know what? You're an old man. I'm a young, relatively young, German male. I was just trying to learn stuff and all that. So, even though you cannot talk, let's see. Fuse me with some of your wisdom of old. How about that?
He seems to ponder this for a moment before he seems to extend a watery hand to you, Gildas. He seems to be he rests it gently above your head, and you see as he almost seems to flick a little bit of water from his hand onto your head, and then he lowers his hand down again. Make a wisdom save.
Alright, I have to roll the actual good one. There we go. Yeah, 20.
20, there you go. So as the water is sprinkled upon your brow, Gildas, you feel as if you are about to fall asleep. Like you are very close to just toppling over face first into the water. However, you're able to snap yourself awake and stop yourself from doing so. When you do so, the watery landscape in front of you seems to have changed. You're looking at a very bony, wrinkly, old man, no longer made of water before your eyes, and you're looking at what looked like almost marblish, pearly white stone in front of you, and a temple behind him.
Oh, well, how about that? So, is this what you usually see? Or rather, who am I? Should I ask?
So as you ask where you are, you find that you seem to be speaking Elvish, or some mannerisms of it. You notice that
I
you're not
got,
speaking as you usually would be at this
I can't
time.
understand what I'm saying.
You do understand it, but if you try to speak Common or Dwarvish, you find yourself incapable of doing it.
Uh-huh.
And he responds back to you in Elvish. You are in our homeland, or what it once was.
Oh. Well, to me, I don't really know anything about your homeland, so it doesn't really tell me much.
The city of Lunaria above is the second such city. Once before, there was a grand temple here. However, a mighty blight once crossed our lands, and with it, we sunk our city, sunk our temple to protect ourselves. Little did we know we trapped ourselves with the very killer we hoped to avoid.
Well, I don't care to Jabub just secreted an old city like that. It's like, oh, it's a dragon sword. No, it was a temple.
Yeah. They said I could take it.
The water elemental did. They said the ones who put the treasure there are not the ones who own the city, quote unquote.
Yeah.
You found,
they're
you found
protecting
goddamn
something else.
Atlantis. You found Atlantis. Oh, sweet loot.
Yeah, I definitely think we should try to finish this subplot. I've already got the treasure. It might be worth a while.
Mhm.
That elementals is super cool, let's be real here.
Right. So yeah, so he said they ended up trapped with what they were trying to avoid, is that right?
Yes, and he called it a blight.
Right. But like the blind we know was after he did that, right? Or was it like at the same time, around the same time? It's like I need to get my back straight, essentially.
You know Ophelia, I believe, is from the first age.
Uh-huh. Right.
So it could very well be the same blight, but you wouldn't know 100%.
Right. So I'll say we know of a blight that wants to cover the land. I assume it's the very same you're talking about.
This blight was an unknown killer, a magical dark energy which roamed and infiltrated, corrupted, and twisted the things it caught on to. But it was also a creature, or some sort of living thing. The blight was but an extension of its will.
See, I'm just trying to think of a address the question because I'm kind of easy to figure out like which creature it is. You know, given all we know. But yeah, I'll say. What kind of creature was it?
Creature invisible to the eye. Creature that walks not in light but in darkness. Creature of many faces, of many forms, of pleasantries and kind words. Bearers of gifts, cursed gifts.
Well, that doesn't sound very Black Dragon-like, does it? Although, probably maybe. Gee, we don't really know how old is the Black Dragon anyway? We don't know that.
You don't know exactly how old he is, but I would say that common knowledge would say is that they're at least from the 4th age. Like the current dragons are minimum at least from the 4th age. That's the current theory. Though they would have been probably very small at that time.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it was like, there were all the dragons, but doesn't really sound. Well, so I'll just say, alright, well, that doesn't really sound like anything I know. But what I do know is that the Blight is coming back.
Then you must
Okay.
find the hero who destroyed it before.
Well, the good news is we found one. Unfortunately, she's lost most of her memories. As well
You
as,
must work to restore what was lost.
I mean, we're working on it. It's just that it's no easy task. Sure, most of the knowledge is not easily accessible.
Then let an old man warn you. Do
By all
not trap
means.
yourself with this blight. Do not think that you conceal it. It is a clever entity. One that will bide its time until the time has come for it to pounce. It is an ambush predator. One which is very patient. It has all of time to do as it pleases. It will infect you, warp your mind, convince you of things which are not true. Whisper powers into your ears, alter your form, bless you with magnificent strength, merely so it can use you.
So, when you said that you sank the city, but you trapped yourself with the blight, does it mean that it was already too late by the time you did it?
Unfortunately, we were not quick enough to sink ourselves away from it. It had latched a part of itself into our very populace without our knowledge. By the time travelers from far off had arrived at our very gates, we had long since submerged ourselves within. The travelers razed the city again, much to our surprise and terror. The travelers managed to wipe out the blight, but in doing so, we had to be sealed, cast off. We were too far gone by that point. Sylviana, in her lovely grace, kindness, she freed us of the blight and gave us a realm in her moonlight. But but only to her most loyal followers.
Yeah, were there many people on the lake, actually?
There seems to be a rather decent amount. As you're looking now, you see many people in almost silkish or grassy or spiderwebby looking like togas and long flowing gowns. It seems to be about what we would expect from maybe a decent sized village. Not a lot, like not a city's worth of people, but not even like a big village, but maybe like a medium village worth of people.
Yeah, exactly my thought. So yeah, I'll just look around. To like, look at the elder again, say. We're far from a city worth of numbers, I'm afraid.
Many had lost their faith in their worst, darkest times, squandered, cast off at the whisperings of this blight. For those who did such, Sylviana could not offer her kindness.
But shouldn't it be when your faith is at your strongest?
The ones who faltered did not do so in passivity. They took blades of fire to the temple walls. They took hammers, the same tools used to craft the city, to the idols we had, to the murals we painted. Destruction of religious significance in their madness.
I just shake my head. Half in disbelief, my half, yeah, could happen. Let's see. Well then, back to the Blight. Aside from sticking out the heroes, or what remains of them, what would you recommend we do?
Find yourself strong sources of divinity to protect yourselves. The creature, the blight, it is weakened by divinity. It grows not feeble, but more mortal when in the presence of divinity. Find yourself divine artifacts, weaponry, or armors perhaps, mighty tools to which you might combat this foe. For if it has truly returned, it will eventually find itself at your doorstep.
I just, like, the elder just sees, like, they're just staring off a bit in distance, just like thinking about something. And I'm staring back at him and say, finding that divine artifacts is gonna be, might just be impossible at the time. But this is a new era, a new blight, essentially. So someone's got to create some new divine artifacts, I suppose.
Divine artifacts cannot simply be made.
And why not?
You could have created the most legendary hammer, able to break any substance if you wished. But just because it is a mighty hammer does not mean that it is a hammer of the divines. Even upon being wielded by a cleric, it is no more than a mere vessel, a conduit for the clerical's abilities. A channeling device to channel the power of your divine. It is not itself a divine artifact. It is simply a magnificent, excellently crafted conduit. To make a conduit of such expertise is needed. You must will divinity into the conduit. It must itself become alive. Must be a piece of something.
So essentially, you're saying it has to have a piece of God inside of it.
Yes, though sometimes artifacts have been known to arise without the full intention of the wielder.
Hmm. There's certainly multiple possibilities. In, well, make it one. It don't say artifacts aren't made. It's clearly, the way you put it, they're still made. You know. Oh, I'll find a way. I'll find a way. Well, let's add that to the long list of things I need to try. But when I do make one, that was the blight. He's hopefully sealed away or defeated or whatever we managed to do. I'll come around and show you what I did. I mean, given the place and like that the wood elves are probably used to you, you likely don't get many visitors anyway.
We're given a great deal of respect and kindness. The kind one treats a reverend with, a cleric perhaps, an old group of well-respected individuals, not to be disturbed. Though as any old sage will tell you, company on occasion is very nice.
Of course. I mean, just because someone is old doesn't mean they don't want to talk to anybody. If anything, they're the kind of people who would love to have somebody to talk to. They all live so long. Maybe if I don't know, find somebody, somebody important, or just buy the town square and tell all the youngins to come by the lake sometime. Oh wait, no, probably we'll have the wrong idea one day. I'm sure eventually.
Every so often, and a young person such as yourselves, curiosity takes the better of them. And every once in a while, they fall asleep and wake up 4 months later. Or they have a very enlightening conversation.
Well, I say I get to sleep 4 months. After all, I don't think I would be able to take it. Anyone could.
Not everyone can handle Lunaria's presence.
Do I have anything more I want to say? At least, any suggestions you wanna?
Any suggestions for Gildas' party?
Yeah. That would be a good time.
Proselytize and convert these heathen elves. I mean, there should be some pro-Bridget people, probably, considering her domains.
Yeah, I was just like, unfortunately, it's kind of a dying church, you know.
Yeah, you need to gather some like competent a competent advisor class that can lord over the really stupid goblins. To make sure
Yeah,
they
I
don't
got
kill
Dagdar for
themselves
that.
and ruin your nation.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's just a couple of news speaking. That's their potential. But like, okay, that's why Yuko and all was there, you know, brought in. So I'm like, oh, well, I need some human touch while I'm away. They can provide that, but like they're not staying along, so whatever.
You need more than one guy, though. You gotta think big, dude.
Do you have anything that Gildas should ask this sagely old elf, Delon?
Maybe advice on what we should do about the big thing that's coming to kill us all.
Yeah. So what? Just understand. I'm here now.
No. Gildas is basically
no.
talking, but he's out of game asking if anybody has any advice for what he could ask, because he's drawing a blank at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's actually not a bad question to ask. Is what Evan suggested. So what do we do about that? Any advice on how we handle that shit? Like, another question I might ask, if it hasn't already, is I guess how do we defend against it? How are we
Right.
gonna?
That was actually like a question I thought of.
Yeah.
How,
So I think
how do we even fight it?
yeah, that's
asked essentially.
yeah. So
So
yeah.
yeah, no, actually, yeah, that's a good question.
Mhm.
Like, oh yeah, like
How do we? Yeah, like how do we even? Could we even? What's
Right.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so I'll say, so you told me how to fight the blight, but we also say that it could make you forget things and all, but how do we even protect ourselves against that? Or even better, how do we know it's starting to take us?
It is an insidious killer. You may not know until it has already begun to take hold of you. However, if you worry that perhaps it has begun to do so, prayer has been known to work. Praying for the aid seems to slow the process. It struggles with those of great faith. The older also raises a bony-looking finger up to you, pointing at your neck, essentially. Besides, you will find yourself quite protected.
Well, I know that. It's just, well, you see, in our party, there's that one man who is, well, even in the presence of another god, simply turns away with no care.
He's a
in the world.
faithless.
Yeah. So, well, I think it might be a lost cause. It is also quite useful to us.
He is a doomed child, not long for this world.
Perhaps. But should I ever try to guide him toward the light somehow? How would you recommend to do that? because I could go the hard way, but I'm not sure I or he would like it.
If he chooses to show interest in it, then mentor him in it. Guide him towards the path. But if he is not ready, he will not be moved. It is not your responsibility to guide those who do not wish to be guided. It's yours to guide those who could be guided. And accept those who perhaps used to be immovable.
Maybe one step could be I tried asking him. After all, I believe he'd be the kind of person who would answer if I asked him, what would it take for me to convert you, you know? Now, whether the question would be honest or not, I'm not sure.
One should be careful when keeping company with the dredges of life.
Well, we do keep an eye on him.
That is good. Not keep one's eye on an individual of such is asking for betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
Another method of defenseman would be divine artifacts of protection. Our great city of Lunaria used to have one. The heart of Sophiana, as we called it. A gemstone of the most peaceful, calming, natural energy. However, we believe the blight had reached someone before we sunk the city, for a false gemstone had been placed in its place, replaced with the real one. Our defenses had been weakened before we even noticed. But those travelers from afar brought the gemstone back, and with it, forced the blight to manifest, so they might smite it.
Then what happened to it?
The blight?
No, the gemstone.
The gemstone was entrusted to the travelers, for we were to return in the moonlight. We did not have any more use for it. We gifted it to the travelers so they might use it to defend others from our same fate. What became of it after that, I do not know.
Oh. I'm not sure anybody knows on this earth. But if it is a divine artifact of protection, it's most likely still out there. As I don't think it would be easily corrupted.
Divine artifacts are not easily corrupted. Divine artifacts are either made good or made wicked. Their nature is born of their purpose. An artifact meant to defend, for instance, to save or protect tends to be of the noble kind, whereas an artifact designed to kill likes to kill.
Taking notes, I'm taking notes.
Perhaps the only one who might understand what could have happened to it would be our guardians. I know not if they still walk.
Your guardians?
Guardians of great natural energies. Primordial ancients. Ones who long since roamed the earth. Protected us. For when T-Rexes bared down upon us, the Guardians rose from the waters, from the earth themselves. When a forest fire would happen, the Guardians manifested as that fire and trimmed back the shrubbery so that the forest might grow again.
Well, if your guardians are still there, considering your city was sunk deep inside of the lake, most likely there's one down below. But with no way to check, with the person might be able to check, not there at the moment. It won't be there until out of a few days. Well, no way to be sure yet. Cough, cough, bad. You better tell me there's not a Willy Metal down there. Cause
What you don't know can't hurt you, or can it?
I'm gonna kick your ass down in the league. It's like you're not go down, no, down there again. Like, ask him.
We just need to touch base so I know what to do.
I know. Just need to how to. It's like, yeah. Just depends on how one person will say. I guess, or will let out more likely.
As you're speaking with the elder, though, he rests on his staff and looks up towards the heavens. You see as the sun begins to set, and it looks like the moon is soon rising. You should awaken, lest you find yourself here for quite some time. Safe
Well,
travels.
And I gotta, well, we'll see. Until next time, then. With
The
that,
elder simply gives you an old, semi-toothed, kind of like missing-toothed grin. And Gildas, you will awaken because sunlight is streaming on your eyes, and you're asleep on the beach.
well, takes care of the night, I suppose. Like that. Guess I'll slowly make my way back down.
Alrighty.
Let me stand on myself, but you know. Yeah, we can go. You can go to another one, another person.
So, after Gildas, who's next? Bub, do you wish to do something?
Well, basically, I'm just debating. I need to make the doll or the toy, but I'm basically debating whether I should wait till we go all the way north to get something special, or if I should just make something special now.
Making a doll would probably be more special than buying one.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I should get an ingredient from what I already have, or wait till we go to the Giga Tree.
Might as well just wait till the Giga Tree, honestly. If you're gonna make
Yeah.
something for her, you should
That's
just
what
do
I'm
that.
inclined to do, yeah.
Is there anything that Bob, as a druid, wants to do? Just, I mean, yeah, he's doing the heist thing. He's doing that's anything else, but and you're learning primordial. But I don't know. Do you want to interact, frolic with the wood nymphs or shit? I don't know.
Learn primordial. Literally, like, if he had free time, he would just spend it learning primordial. Like, that would be his, like, goal. Bubba's like a very one-track mind, as we discussed at the beginning of the session. So I'm just trying to think. I don't think there's anything else that's time sensitive that Bubba would consider. Oh, I need to do this now. He's just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna learn primordial while I can, because I'm not gonna be here forever. I will, however, I could inquire to people of magical persuasion about summoning elementals and communicating with them to see if I can get like some knowledge that, some general knowledge that would help me in that endeavor.
You could do that. Do you wish to do that?
Yeah, that's the only thing that comes to mind. That is, so I can do that like before I walk back there in the morning. Let's do that.
Sounds good. So, Bub, you're looking for people who of magical persuasion who might be able to help you with some sort of summoning elementals or communing with them. The immediate people that come to mind is Earth Mother and Earthwalker, both of the High Elders. Those are the ones that Bub would probably think of first, I think.
Yeah. Well, I could try to seek them out. I'm trying to remember, like, they had, like, some sort of job. If I remember correctly. I guess I'll just go back to where I met them.
So, you go around looking for them. They're not in the Bridge of Amor. They're not in the beginning of the city. You remember seeing them briefly, kind of like giving a lecture in the village square near the fountain, telling people of like the upcoming seasons that will be happening, as well as what they would recommend planting for the next season, kind of a stuff. But they don't seem to be there either. But as you look around, you find eventually, I would say that you find them in kind of one of the more tucked away garden areas. They're both just kind of sitting on tree stumps in the area. The old lady is, the Earth Mother, for instance, is writing in her book, and the old man is reading his book.
Cool. Is there, like, another seat around them?
You notice there are several tree stumps here that would work as seats. You can tell that this area is concentrated in nature energy.
Ooh, cool. Okay, I'm gonna jump on one of the stumps and wait a moment and be like, "Hi, it's Bub. What do you know about elementals?"
Ah, Bub. Welcome to the Druid Circle. Yes, Bubbery.
I've never been in a druid circle before.
Only druids can even walk in here.
Really?
Indeed. All others will wander indefinitely. They'll find themselves walking in the other direction, or conveniently around it.
That's so cool. That seems really useful.
Druids can create a place for themselves. A place of quietness. Little hovel, if you will.
Well, I gotta find a place like that for myself. Don't have one yet. I'm a traveling druid right now.
Yes, if you do so in a place that you intend to take root in. Port
That's
should
a
be a
tough
place of
decision.
significance for you.
That's tough. There's a lot of significant places. I'll think about it. He puzzled over that for a bit and says, "Ooh, do I trust these druids enough to tell them about what I saw?" So Bub's gonna say, "I've encountered elementals several times in my journeys, and I can kind of communicate with them, but I need to learn their language."
The Earth Mother looks at you, Bub, looking up from her book. Elementals have much to teach us, Bub. They are the true teachers of druids. We gain our knowledge from the nature, our environment around us. Primordials, elementals are creatures of nature. If one talks, you should listen to it. If one is angry, you should calm it.
They do. So along those lines, I was wondering, some people have magics that can summon them, but I don't know how to do that. And so, yeah, I can kind of communicate them and learn their language, but when I'm traveling, it's going to be hard to keep them around. So I need to know how to keep them around and learn how to learn from them better.
I see. Well, Bob, I think that if you wish to summon elementals, you should be in for a world of pain. Bob, elementals, you should not usually summon them, force them to manifest. They're always around us, everywhere we go. Tell me, the elementals that you've met in the past, were they confrontational with you?
I think about that. Not really, no. Most of them have been pretty friendly to me.
Then they were likely there before. When you mentioned magics to summon them, I grew a bit restless.
Well, I guess I need help finding them. You said they're everywhere, but they're usually not everywhere, at least when I'm listening. I can find the fairies easily. The elementals are something different.
The Earth Mother nods, with a bit of a grandmotherly smile. Of course not, Bub. They are old creatures like to be left alone. They love to observe, but they like to be left to their devices. If they are around you, but you wish to speak to them, you do not disturb them by forcing them to manifest or trying to summon them. You are a druid. Call out to the water. For a water one, of course. Call out to it. Seek it out. Speak to it in primordial. Listen to the water's flow. Do you wish to speak with a fire one? Call out to the fire. Listen to it. Listen as the fire crackles. Listen to its sparks, its embers. If you wish to speak to the earth one, listen to how the earth trembles, to how the sands flow. Listen very carefully for the passage of time. For the air, listen to the winds blow. Listen. Pay attention to what they say, to the words they have heard over centuries.
Okay. I think I can do that.
Earthwalker nods, still barely looking up from his book, however. Just remember, Bub, carelessly interacting with elementals can lead to conflict. They like to help, of course. However, incessantly bugging an old creature is prone to cause them to tell the child to sit down and do it yourself. Speaking from experience, old man. You would know, wouldn't you?
Well, there aren't any books on the subject. So I gotta learn it from the person that, well, no, elementals aren't people. What do you call them? Bub seems confused. You have to talk to them itself? Question mark.
They're elementals. They're elder creatures. Creatures of the oldest kind. Just treat them with respect.
Okay. Very respectful, like it's a dragon. Very respectful.
The Earth Mother nods with a smile. Yes, Bub. Very good.
Okay, I think I understand. That was so easy to understand. We didn't have to talk that much. With my group, we talk a lot about hard to understand stuff.
Yes. Unfortunately, lots of people of the world, or of cities and civilizations, spend far too much time debating.
Yeah, working's better than debating.
Exactly. The Earthwalker actually looks up from his book at this. If you simply worked on educating yourself, or worked on solving the problem, or sometimes simply worked on understanding and even listening to the other person, perhaps you would get more done in a shorter amount of time.
That's so true. That's why kobolds get everything done faster, because we have no fear. There's so many of us that if one fails, well, the next kobold comes and finishes the job.
Fear is an important thing to have, Bub. One should listen to one's instincts sometimes. Fear can keep one alive.
I'm the most instinctual person I know.
Oh, I bet. We're enjoying this conversation, aren't we, Earth Mother? Yes! It's a lovely, much more pleasant conversation. Reminds us of years ago when the other druids would venture. Ah, yes, but the world's been in a bit of a tizzy. Druids had to go far and wide.
I still don't understand why.
You're young, you're new to this, Bub. But that means it is up to us to tell you about it. Otherwise, no one else will. Sit down for a moment.
Sit down. This is literally like one of my goals, so I'm ready.
There were many more druids in this circle before. We would come, go to our own domains, and we would gather here. Each stump was a druid. Each stump was a friend. Each stump was one of the circle. But as of recent, or perhaps not so recent anymore, things, the nature, the balance, it's all been so tumultuous, so chaotic. Not in the natural kind of way, in the unnatural kind of way. Feeling the chaos spreading through the environments, spreading through nature. We all casted out, wandered, found our places that we could remain in to keep the chaos at bay. We used to check in more frequently with each other, but we worry we don't have as many of us as there used to be. Druids have fallen out of favor in many places. Though we are given respect wherever we are, but we worry about the natural order.
Well, that's no good. I mean, we just gotta make more of them.
Or it's so simple, Bub. One does not simply become a druid. Nature chooses you to be one. You can train, you can practice, yes, but you will never be a druid unless you were predisposed to it in the first place.
Well, I guess so. But I was a failure before as a druid, and I did better.
That is the purpose of failure, bub, so that you can do better next time.
Yeah, so I guess we just gotta tell the new druids that, yeah, you could fail, and then you get better. And then you become a great druid like I am now. I have to think about it. I need to find a way to find the people that are predisposed, as you put it, to being druids. We need more druids. I think things are unbalanced, corrupted in certain places. And yes, we can expunge the corruption, but if no one's there to protect it afterwards, then what's to stop it from coming again?
Precisely. But if you wish to find those that are predisposed, bub, you see as Earthwalker simply points on your shoulder. And Freya simply glows for a moment, surprised he can see her. You already have the perfect person to help you. Isn't that right, dear? See as Freya suddenly flies around all over the place. Wait, you can see me? Why didn't you say so?
Freya. I mean, I'm just assuming that that's what they mean.
What was that, bub? You sounded kind of far away for a moment.
Yeah, I was closing my blinds because it's
Ah.
dark at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it does.
You mean Freya? I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense.
Of course.
Skills
She
is
can
all.
aid you. She is tied to nature, a nature spirit. She is your aid, if you will. All of us druids eventually get one. Yet at the end of our lifespan, the end of our time within the circle, or, in your case, you are lucky to find one early.
Well, she was given to me. It was more like I was called to the place where she was.
And it is good that you heeded the call. Freya there. She can help you. You wish to find new druids, people with the potential to be one. You may not be able to see the potential yourself, but someone like her can.
Hooray. I've never been a teacher before, though, but I'll try my best.
The Earth Mother nods at this. Being a teacher is an incredible responsibility. Takes patience and understanding, and the ability to talk to someone on the level that they are at. You must educate them properly, otherwise they'll remain ignorant. Earthwalker. Oh, go ahead.
I think I understand everything that I need to. But I was
Earthwalker
wondering,
nods. Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
going to be traveling the world, and you're both stuck here to protect this land. So while I'm on the outside, is there anything I can get for you? You all have helped me so much, and you're the first druids I've ever met, so...
There's nothing you can get us, bub. But you can do me a favor. If you find students, remember to make your lessons fun. A lesson needs to be entertaining as well as educational. If they're not enjoying the subject they're learning, then they'll never truly learn it.
Okay, I can make it fun. He makes it as brutally difficult. because Bub finds work fun.
I
Wait, I can't wait. But cleaning the latrines is fun. I can't wait.
Bubbert boot camp. Bubby boot camp. Bubby boot camp. Earth Mother nods at this. As for aid that you can do for me, if you see any other druids, old like us, or perhaps a bit more sheltered or hiding, if you meet them, give them our regards and tell them to come to the circle at some point.
I'll do that.
Thank you, Bub. Yes, thank you, Bubbert. Bub is a better name for a druid, but Bubbert is more regal. Bubbert is for city folk. Bub is a good name.
I'll give him a thumbs up. I'm still unclear whether kobolds have 5 fingers or not. That's something that actually bothers me, I'm not gonna lie.
I kind of personally imagine they have like 3 regular fingers and their thumb kind of a thing.
Yeah, I just imagine the 3 like kind of claw-like appendages from Order of the Stick. Not exactly anatomically accurate, mind you, but
Yeah, I just imagine like 3 claw-like fingers, like fingers that are like you know, like probably there is some finger there, but the claws go out longer than the fingers. Kind of like actually Agumon's hands, if you will. I believe he's got claw-like hands.
Cool.
I'm curious.
All right, so I'm gonna go learn a primordial. But yeah, I'm gonna learn it from the guys in the sea because they said they would teach me. So.
Alrighty then. So Bob has finished. He's talked with the elders for about the primordials a little bit. So, I would say at this point it's probably morning or so on the second day. See, we started with Delon, then we went to Gilnos, then we went to Bub. So we'll go back around to Delon.
Technically, it's the 3rd day, but you know.
You know.
Whatever. We don't use
True.
the one time here.
That is technically the 3rd day, yes.
Hmm.
The first day passed fairly quickly.
Yeah. We kind of just hung around and did stuff. So, is it the 2nd day or 3rd?
It's the 3rd, actually.
Okay.
Dawn of the 3rd day. Wednesday.
Dawn of the 3rd. Our yard. Let's see. Let's see. And the list of things that I wanted to do. Well, when is it till the big meeting thing?
So the meeting at the temple is actually in a state of perpetually going on, essentially. But
Got it.
it's heavily implied that Bub will be met when he is when they have a time to introduce him.
When he is being summoned. And
Essentially.
I'm going to do basically I'm his +1, essentially.
Yeah.
Unless I mean technically it's however many he wants to bring with him, really. Bob can bring as many as he wants. Technically. Let's see. I guess I don't know if we want to roleplay this, but I'm just gonna get my family a bunch of crap.
Alrighty then.
Like, they're just shopping and stuff. The only thing probably would be I don't know if we want to do an interaction. I guess I will let Eleanor know that her friend, I guess before I leave, that she
Alrighty then.
whatever. I guess we'll do that real quick.
So in the morning, you
Mhm.
find I would say you find oh, Gildos, so curious question before I do this. So after waking up on the beach, did you return to like the home that y'all are staying at after that, or what? I'm curious.
Mm, well, I'll say like next I plan on going to the spa, right? So it's kind of
Mm.
like I say, but like maybe yeah, I'll go back to the Adventurers Guild like real quick. Fully to dust myself off, like get a nice, I don't know, quick shower, I guess, within the means of middle age, a shower.
You'll get a
Slightly a
wash
bath.
basin.
Like,
You'll get a
yeah,
Little
wash
wash
basin.
basin.
so I should clean myself off because I gotta sleep on the beach. So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You hate sand. It's rough, of course. It gets
yeah,
everywhere.
yeah.
Alrighty then. So I was just curious because I just wanted to know before I set the scene here.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty, so Delon, as you wake up in the morning in your family's
Mhm.
home, you find that breakfast is laid out on the table again, but Fairlore and Kirlai have already left, but the breakfast is
Mm.
still hot. Ophelia is sitting at the table reading, and Eleanor is actually she's sitting at the table reading what seems to be um, a scroll of some sort,
Mm.
and she's also drinking some tea and eating some food from the table as well. She's wearing her same little like grassy outfit from before, just relaxing essentially.
Morning,
Good morning, Delon. Good morning, Sir Knight.
ladies. Let's see. As you As you can see, Leslie and I brought back the cart, so if there's any additional supplies you want to place inside it, you can now do so.
I appreciate that. I was a little worried the cart hadn't arrived yet. But I was, instead of going to arrange a meeting myself, I made sure that I inquired after it, and I was confidently told it was alright, so I carried on with some more pressing matters at the time.
I see. Were you able to delegate those pressing matters?
Yes and no. Seems I'm going to be called to a meeting in a few days' time, much to my chagrin.
How so? I have not.
Apparently, Prince Faerundir wishes to have a chrysanthemum sitting at the table for some reason.
'Tis a great honor. Are you not thrilled?
Not especially.
I am somewhat confused. Why wouldn't you be honored to arrive at such an occasion?
Well,
Be surrounded by fellow lords and ladies.
I didn't really want to dabble in any sort of politics at this time. I just wanted to relax.
Are you not relaxing now?
Oh, I'm relaxing, of course, but I didn't really have a choice in the matter of going to this council meeting.
Hmm. I see.
Apparently, the prince has learned that I have been traveling and wishes to bring me on as a consultation on some other affairs.
Hmm. If it makes you feel any better, I was told that Sir Bob will also be at this meeting, and I inquired to join him, and he agreed, so I will be there as well.
That's rather nice. Well, nice that I'll have confidence in the fact that perhaps this entire situation will go smoothly, as you're quite good at smoothing over diplomatic situations, but I'm a little worried about Bub showing up. I worry how Bub will handle all of that. Does he know that his position there would be a rather high one? They'll take his words very seriously.
And in many ways, I believe they should. Sir Bob is a very honest person. Brutally so, but he means what he says and says what he means. He can be naive in certain subtleties, but if he believes it to be so, it most often is. And his passion alone will be very good for them to see. That he is not someone to be, how do I say, curtailed and placated. He sees a vision of something dark coming in our horizons, and it is imperative that they take him seriously. And if they will not believe, and I will be there to aid him in that endeavor.
True. I just worry he might perhaps be a bit too simple for the talks happening there.
And that is also why I'm there. If anything should be thrown over his head, I will bring it right back to his face.
So you'll catch any stray balls that they try to throw out of his reach.
Aye. That is my position. I'm happy to do it. After all, a diplomat can only be as useful as the language and the ability to understand the context of any situation. But you do seem tense. Maybe perhaps you might go on a walkabout, perhaps dress in something a little bit less freeing, go on a walkabout. Oh, I heard there's a spa around. You might enjoy that. Make the most of it. Your friend, Ella dear, she asked if you wouldn't mind getting drinks with her at some point. I met her earlier yesterday. She was the one guarding the cart, her company and her, and she wished to extend that invitation. Perhaps you can speak with her. Perhaps it might be good for you to get out.
Really, I figured she was already had another job lined up right afterwards. Border duty or something.
Her words, not mine.
That. I'm actually going to take her up on that. I might not be back till later tonight.
As long as you... yeah, go ahead.
As they're having this conversation, Gildas, if you want to, like, walk in Sandy from the beach, I would say you definitely could.
Yeah.
By all means.
Yeah, I gotta see. Super, like, the whole, like, staying at Dallas' uncle's home, like, one-time thing.
Oh, no, you're all, like, more than welcome. A friend of DeLon's is a friend of theirs, kind of a thing.
Well, yeah, I guess I would enter, like, seeing, like, everybody. I was just like...
My goodness, what happened to you?
Well, Dallin, you wouldn't believe any of it.
Did you go drinking on the beaches or something?
Well, I certainly was at the beach. I wasn't alone. See? I've met the actual Sylvan people.
Oh?
That's some rather subdued reaction, I would say, but...
Well, I'm more flabbergasted than anything.
Well,
I don't really understand. How do you mean?
well, you see, early on I was visiting the temples and all that, and the recurrent theme is that the moon is pretty important to you elves, right?
Yes, it is.
So, as I was recommending the lake and the waterfall, I figured out, well, maybe if I show up when the moon is there, maybe something will happen. Something did happen. See?
What happened? I've been to that lake multiple times with the moon is out. I didn't see anything miraculous. Just a beautiful moonlit lake.
Well, were you there when the moon was already there? Or did you go when the moon came out? Well, yeah, just came out.
I was there when the moon was shining. And I've been there before. Maybe there's a specific time you have to be there, or...
I just shrug, because I honestly have no idea, but I'll say, well, yeah, well, you see, I was over the lake as the moon shone down, and after the fairies were gone. And essentially, what I saw were akin to water spirits.
You see Delon taking out a book, and he's now writing in it. Water spirits. What do they look like?
Well, they looked like elves, except much taller, thinner, and with longer ears. Am I right?
Basically, they were taller. They were like a head taller than most of the other elves, and most elves are decently tall. They were also much skinnier, much lankier, and their ears jutted out really far from their head.
I've seen this heard that description before. I don't know, is that similar to what the Sylvan people were referred to before?
Honestly, I wouldn't know. There are not that many accounts of what they most likely looked like at the time, just what high elf accounts say they looked like.
I see. In any case, what did they say, dear boy? What did they say? You interacted with
Well,
them, of course.
at the beginning, well, they didn't really say much, because, well, they knew I was there. It's only when I called out to them that their elder came to me and we tried to touch bases. And, well, the first place I wanted to make sure, or rather, I tried to ascertain who I was talking to. And after going through all three elves, well, elven people rather, turns out that yes, they were indeed the Sylvan people, but were not the Sylvan people the Joker called themselves, essentially.
Ophelia, what did the Sylvan people look like in your time? Ophelia just slowly looks up from her book, blinking a little bit, as if surprised that she was talked to at this time. The Sylvan people? They fit as Gildos describes.
I mean, you would know, because we kind of talked about you as well.
Ophelia actually closes her book at this and seems to be paying closer attention now.
Oh. Right. But, yes, after you could who they were, honestly, with no real question I could ask them, because I was surprised, I decided to ask the old man, well, some of his wisdom. And, well, what he did was splash me with some of his water, and there I was in the old city of Lunaria.
The old city of Lunaria?
The one that was supposed to be underneath the lake by now.
It's very deeply buried beneath the lake. And we choose not to try to seek it out lest we disturb the spirits. It'd be
Hmm.
rude to go down there, honestly.
There's a sunken city below Lunaria. We
Well,
can write that in the text.
well, yes, it's more of an unspoken thing. We all know it's there. We just never really choose to go there. It's a taboo, if you will.
But not written in text. Selfish people. Shakes his head.
Yeah,
Don't think of it like that. It's just that, well, Lunaria is Lunaria either way. That's more of an extension of Lunaria rather than the first or second city to us. It's just part of the city, but it's part of the city that we treat with reverence. We don't like to go to it or really try to go to it. It's rude. Disturbs the dead.
Maybe you should, because the elders are dying for conversation, you know? Maybe some of the young ones could just go in there, you know? Although...
If you go there, I've heard rumors of younger elves going there and disappearing for 100 years and coming back, and we thought they were dead.
Well, see, the elder told me that you either sleep for 4 months, or you get transported to where I was. So I suppose relatively 4 months is a couple 100 years for you.
I cannot imagine losing a few hundred years of my life to one closing of my eyes.
Ah, well...
Mhm.
there's something
Ophelia
like that.
gives like a weird grin. It's not as bad
Right.
as you think. It's actually quite enlightening.
So for you, it's more of 1,000. Several thousand, actually.
Even more enlightening. Everything is fresh and interesting.
Yes, back to the topic at hand.
Mhm.
Turns out the city dates back to the first era, which also happens to be the era where the first blight happened. And well, the city was sunk because of this very blight. So, upon learning that, I tried to ask him more about, well, how it was back then, you know.
Mm.
And well, what I essentially gathered is how to fight it, what is the way to fight it, and a way to defend against it.
He told you all
And
this?
sort of, I mean,
Well,
it all
Let's be
boils
going.
down. It all boils down to the divine. In
Hmm.
that, should we want to fight it, we need divine artifacts, faith, as well as, how should I put it? Traces of the 13. Or was it 12? I don't remember.
There were 13 heroes total.
Right,
Ophelia, one of them.
right. And, well, given we have one of them in the flesh right here, I think we're on on the right path. And, well, to protect against it, however, we also need divine artifacts, but of the protection kind, as well as faith. Unfortunately, we have, well, an especially a faithful individual amongst our ranks.
Eleanor frowns at this. Here's hoping that he doesn't take any sort of a fall.
Oh, the problem is how it would manifest, you know? Because, well, we may not know when it takes us. Once it's taken us, apparently we just forget about anything. Because someone different. So I don't know. Well, maybe him, but we're still worried. So, well,
Ophelia has a
Yeah.
bit of a far-off glance,
Mhm.
and she almost seems to mumble to herself as she says, "It tells thee things that are good ideas, warps your conscience."
Your ladyship?
She blinks for a moment, opens her book, and turns to what was formerly a blank page. It seems to be half written.
Hmm. What does it say?
There are things. It is. What you say is not entirely accurate. It is not that you forget, it is that you believe you are fine. You know, as all have a conscience. You know when you are doing something you should not. Imagine if your conscience was convincing you things that you were doing were quite... Things you would not normally do were the things you should be doing. As if a whispering was in your mind, convincing you that your closest confidants were actually cohorting together to betray you, to take things from you, or to kill you, or to leave you behind.
Hmm.
so you know you're doing something wrong, but you can't help yourself.
In a sense. Or not that you can't help yourself, but that you believe what you're doing must be done.
Hmm. It is an affliction, then, of the mind, as well as the body.
It
I dare
also
say
says that
Mhm.
you will grow an obsession with self-preservation.
That sounds like what the Sylvanian people, well, said it as well. The one who stayed faithful to the goddess managed to ascend and be where they are at the moment. But there were those who lost faith and took up arms and essentially did what you just said.
Hmm.
I guess now I fully understand what he said. That, well, the city fell because of that. Well, was already contaminated. Speaking of which, would your book know anything about the heart of Sylvania?
Ophelia seems to tilt her head at that. Why? Eleanor actually raises a brow. The heart of Sylviana? Why are you asking about that old artifact?
Because supposedly it was entrusted to the 13. And given that it is a divine artifact, if we can't find its location, it might help us.
Can I roll history? Do I know anything about it?
You could roll history, yeah.
Mm, let me- second. The thing is, alright, screw it. I'll just load up regular. Okay. I gotta reload the page. Give me a second.
It's fine. I have to do that every so often too. It belongs in a museum.
It does. It all belongs in the museum. Ah, they're not using it anyways. It's all part of nature now.
Oh yes, Delon. It floats.
It all floats down there. Yeah, okay, roll history. Oh well.
Alright, so with a 9, Delon. Actually, technically that would work as a 17 as well. Yeah, I'll go with 17 because it's actually also technically King's Landing history too. Technically, by technicality.
It is part of King's Landing history.
By a technicality, yes.
By a technicality, I'll take it.
Got him.
Was stolen. Damn thief.
So with the 17, you know that the Heart of Sylviana is an artifact of of protection, but mostly of cleansing, but you don't know what it does or how it works or really what it looks like.
Do I know the stories of where it might be?
No. You just
Okay.
know that it's an artifact of cleansing. Cleansing and protection.
Based on King's Landing history and the history of the 13 heroes that Ladyship Nightfield is a part of, they did refer to this artifact at one point. It was a artifact of cleansing, although historically and in the stories never quite go into how it obtained it, how it is able to do so, what magics are possessed by it, only that it cleansed those and protected it against the blight, or was one of the different artifacts that they carried on their journey. Where it is, it's also not stated.
Eleanor nods at that. That's a pretty accurate description. It's said to be a orb or gemstone or crystal meant to be placed on a wand or a staff. Though a staff would make it more powerful. It was said that it was a gemstone that was used as a conduit of Sylviana's actual power. It's an artifact of rather large religious significance, but it's been missing for many ages.
Right. As the elder told me, it was once used to protect the first city of Lunaria. But unfortunately it was stolen and replaced with a fake one. Until, well...
Ophelia actually speaks up. Until it was returned to the city, having been found within the belly of the beast.
My goodness, is it Gildas? Gildas, you had such an amazing opportunity. Oh, what I would have given to speak into these Sylvian people and ask them all sorts of questions.
Oh, I'm sure you can still go in with them. Think.
Perhaps.
I would hope so.
At the eve before a moonlight, the late waterfall, perhaps. But this blight in protecting it with faith in the divines, it makes sense based on the historical records. Were there anything else that they mentioned? Anything else you asked them?
Oh, about the blight, that it is both blight in a general sense, but that there's also a creature behind it. Although, what it described didn't really fit anything I knew, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what it would be.
And what is this creature they describe?
So, I'll be honest, Marshall, I don't remember all the details at all, so I'll just say, like, give them the details and, like, see if,
That's
or you can
fair.
just, like, say them again. Just like, I remember, yeah, like, invisible, like, could change shape, like,
So,
or different
uh,
emotion. Yeah.
Gillis tells the party that essentially it had the ability to it could basically take on many forms. It did not truly seem to be visible by any form of the naked eye. It was an unbelievably good manipulator. It was an excellent bargainer and incredibly charismatic. It was very powerful as well, and that it seemed to be able to almost supernaturally uh, get close to people.
Mm. Yes. And ladyship, what is that similar to what you went through? Is that a simple description?
I don't quite know if that is if that is what the blight would be, but I do feel as if I have had multiple interactions with some sort of a creature similar to that. One which its form was incredibly difficult to perceive. One who always attempted to weaken us from our path, chipping at our resolve, like a miner would at the mountainside, ever so slowly and patiently.
If that's the case, that would make this blight all the more difficult to defeat. We consider this just to be an infectious disease, but if there are creatures that also enable it and take control of this blight, this changes things in some metrics.
Oh, Gildas, another thing that the elder said to you was that they used the heart of Sylviana to force the blight to manifest, so that they could, and he specifically said, smite it.
Well, so yeah, I'll say. While it was difficult to catch, the thing the very heart of Sylviana was used to make it manifest itself.
It would manifest. Then it's imperative that we find the heart of Sylviana then.
Either that, there's something similar to it.
Indeed.
But finding divine artifacts is a tall order, I must say. But the issue is that, well, there'd be a lot of things between that, you know. Yeah, I'll forget I said that.
Ophelia chips up a little bit as well. The heart of Sylviana is an artifact, but I do not remember us carrying it with us for very long. When you mentioned its name, I remembered retrieving it from the belly of a beast, one which we had slain.
Actually, do you remember what kind of beast it was? Maybe that might be a clue.
She seems to focus really hard, and her eyes suddenly open. It was a dragon.
Well, we'll look to Dalan and say,
Hmm.
which dragon do you think we'll have to slay this time?
On a short list of slowly increasing monsters and beasts that we must slay is I will need more ink. I'm going to have to add to this. We have what? The black dragon one. We have the blight, not just a disease, but a creature. We have Lords of the Undead, if present company excluded, of course, your ladyship. And various others of mercenaries, bandits, and creatures that cannot even be possibly described.
Eleanor
Oh.
kind of like, seems pretty curious by all of this. So then, you learned all of this from... Could you tell me exactly what time of day you went there?
Well, it was. Yeah, like I said, it was just before the moon showed up right above the lake. I mean, I remember distinctly that when I arrived, the lake was illuminated by all the fairies, the natural lights there was. But at one point, I don't remember the exact time, but it became pitch black until the moon was there. Then, only then, when the moon shone on the lake and it became mirror-like, the water spirit showed up.
Eleanor seems to write all of this down, folds up the paper into an envelope, pockets it, and finishes drinking some tea and stands up. Good to know.
Good luck.
Don't wait
Go
up for
on,
me
Glenn.
if you don't see me tonight. I'm going to go have lunch with Eladir, and this evening, hopefully I can educate myself about an old foreign culture. Or an old native culture.
I will never see her again for a couple thousand years.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah,
Yeah, boys.
Delon's
If it's
gonna. Yeah, exactly. Delon's actually gonna have to be like. And your ladyship, you're not planning on meeting it alone, are you?
Oh no, I'm gonna have Eladir near me.
Ah, I see.
Oh,
And he blinks for a second.
before I head off
Mhm.
though, could one of you check my family's cottage? Bub came coming in asking about it, and if there was some sort of a place or a cottage. He wanted to see about renting one. I told him that my family had one. I told him he could use it because nobody else is, but could you check it for me, please? It's Bub.
Right. What is he
Right.
even doing? Bro, I met him like
I'm
yesterday.
innocent.
I passed by him yesterday. He asked me if I could send him a message when it was time for him to go to his meeting.
Why would he need... I don't know. I'm sure the elders would find him regardless. But could you check it for me? I still have a full schedule, and it's not that I distrust Bub, but I just worry that... I worry he might be getting into the garden or something. He's quite young.
Oh, I was waiting to go out and do some errands, I can stop by the cabin if necessary.
Thank you. It would be. She actually pauses, reaches into her bag and takes out a map of Lunaria, places, points right where it should be. Right there.
Here. I see.
Yeah, her cottage is essentially like here-ish, kind of a thing.
Alright. Alright. I guess I'll check up on it. I'm doing my stuff. I suppose. Take care if when you do meet your culture. I would hate for you to disappear for you or Eladir for some time.
Oh, I intend to. I had always written it off as a myth, but if Gilnos is legitimately learning valuable information, I need to learn about this as well. I have some very specific questions to ask.
If you do, would you mind writing them down? I'd be fascinated to learn about their culture, if, of course. If I may, I might join you, if that's all right.
If you can be there at the right time, you're more than welcome to join me, Delon. If not, when I return, I'll make sure that I'll tell you about it in first hand, and I'll also give you a written account.
Thank you.
One must be thorough when performing experiments.
Indeed. I guess.
With that, Eleanor heads off. Ophelia remains at the table, kind of looks up at the party, remainder of the party.
Well, go ahead.
I was not fully aware I had been here before.
Seems you have. You know, your ladyship, there is a library in town. Perhaps visiting it might do you some good.
Is
Instead
it
of
a
being
good
cooped up.
library? Is it rather extensive?
Oh yes, quite. I just came from it yesterday. I spent the early days spending my time learning a bit of a history in it. If you like, there are some notable books I can point out to you, but it's quite well categorized, and there are a notable amount of it. I think you'll have quite your fill.
Thank you, Sir Knight. I will be at the library for the next 2 days.
I see. Do take care then. And if anyone causes an issue, please don't hesitate to use my name.
Of course.
I will bear any responsibility.
If I get into any trouble, I will be sure to call on you, Sir Knight.
Of course.
That, see as Ophelia closes her book, carries it under her arm, and then begins walking out.
You've had a rough night.
Well, not necessarily rough, but
No, dear boy, I'm talking about your clothes.
oh well, sleeping on the beach will do that to you.
Why don't you get yourself tailored, get a new set? If you want, I'm gonna go do a bit of shopping. You can maybe stop by around it, and I heard about this spa thing. Perhaps you care to join me, or maybe you'd rather be on your own.
Well, it was actually my plan to go to the spa today and
Excellent.
go through the market, get me some parchment to write on. Got a few things I need to draw out from the tribes, actually.
Excellent. Then we'll make a day of it. As soon as you get dressed, I'll be waiting and eating breakfast. We'll go out to the market, find ourselves some good items, and make a day of it.
I even know where the bathroom is. Probably. It's like. Well,
That is
it's not that
actually
big.
like the estate is decently big, but when you were introduced to the place, like he did tell you where the washrooms were and all that.
It's like, come on, maid fairies, show me the way.
If you also ask, like, look around a little confused for the bathroom, there would be like fairies that would they could like point you in the direction. Yes.
Right. But yeah, I cleaned up real quick and changed and let's have a boys' night out. Or day out, rather. Yeah.
Alrighty. So you do so, and afterwards, so I imagine that you and Delon are meeting up.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So you and Delon meet up, and where are you heading off to first?
I'll direct that towards Gildas. Where do you want to go in the shopping thing? I think you probably want to get your parchment thing out of the way.
Yeah, but it's something real quick anyway.
Yeah,
Just
no, go ahead.
parchment, some like a bit of ink,
Mm-hmm.
a loud baguette, I think. Yeah.
Alrighty. So to get some simple parchment and some ink, it's gonna take you about maybe. They charge you about 3 gold total for some parchment and ink. Not too much.
3 gold. 3 gold. I don't even have that.
Bullshit. Yes,
So-
you do.
I'll just deduct like 3 gold from the damn card thing.
That's fair, honestly. You notice that the parchment, the thing that was the most expensive was the parchment. Seems like parchment is pretty expensive around these parts.
I mean, they have so many woods, and like, I'll have, like maybe switch to actual pen and paper, you know. From the forest. I'm like, I grow back. We grow back. Well, yeah. Let's see what Talon would buy for his family.
So I guess I'm gonna go through the marketplace and I'm gonna find a bunch of stuff.
Alrighty.
I already know kind of what I want, but I don't know if you want to roleplay it or not.
You can essentially tell me like what sort of a thing you might be looking for.
Cool. I'll just so basically I'm gonna buy my family gifts. I'm looking for something especially good for his nan, something personal for her. We had a conversation about it before.
Yeah.
He's also looking for unique items only he can get from the Widow Village. And then he's gonna look see if there's any trader who sells anything through is like exporting from King's Landing or an area like that, and he's gonna get something for his nephews.
Alrighty.
Nephews and maybe like and the girls as well, maybe some jewelry that they can't normally get from Widow Village or some crap.
So
but also he's
starting
gonna look
off
for halfling
firstly,
items.
yeah. So I'm gonna go down the list one by one essentially before we like,
Sure.
so I can keep track of everything. So you
That's
said
fine.
first like some stuff for your nan, right?
Yeah. Something really personal for her.
Yeah, so something really personal that you could get for her would probably be like a gown of some sort, perhaps a plant that she can plant, take care of, that will always remind her of this place.
Mhm.
Perhaps some jewelry from here of some sort. A
I think you mentioned
musical
something like a
instrument of
necklace.
here. Yeah,
I
like
think
a
you mentioned
necklace
something
could
like
work.
Sylviana or something.
Yeah, or a symbol of Sylviana would work,
Mhm.
as it's very unlikely she has one, like, back there, kind of a thing.
I think Sylviana and a gown would probably work.
Alright,
Musical instrument I'm gonna get for his brother anyways.
sounds good. So you go looking for, like, a gown and a symbol of Sylviana. When you go looking around for a gown, you find that most of the gowns that are being sold that for women, for instance, are being sold by women as well. Most of them are pretty scandalous or sexy looking, kind of a thing, by King's Landing standards. There are a few that are more elegant, or like, more, little more like, instead of giving it all away, one would have to work for it, kind of a thing.
Hmm.
I
It's
get
just
one
like,
that's both. The spice of
it's like,
your family.
it's like, don't you have anything more casual, more than something respectable?
Casual? Of course, we have plenty of casual. We have something like this for casual, if you're just wearing it around the home, and you just see, like, basically underwear.
Uh,
If you wish for something more
no,
respectful, though, all of this is quite respectful, I assure you.
I
no,
think
no.
I think my friend is looking for something more King's Landing casual. You get my.
Well, I've never been to King's Landing, so I wouldn't quite know what that is like, but I'm assuming if you're getting a gown of some sort, it's for... You're hoping to get something for a lady friend back home, perhaps. Hmm?
Yes, she's a very good friend of mine. It
Ah.
she helped her she helped raise me,
Oh,
and she was very kind to me. And I'm trying to bestow it. She has not been home in some time. I
I
don't think she has many
see.
things to remember of home. So I was hoping I could get her something, a gown that only she could get from here. Something to wear, remember.
Yes, when you said it was a woman who you were close with, I had assumed something else entirely, but when you said I understand now. I think I know the perfect kind of a gown. Let's see. These are usually worn to festivals or family occasions. What would one be? Ah. She goes into the back and comes back
Mhm.
with essentially a gown that looks like it's made of just flowers, essentially. But it is an actual gown. It doesn't cover as much as a King's Landing gown would,
Hmm.
but she leaves a little bit of midriff. It goes all the way down to leaves the ankles bare, kind of a thing, and it shows off a little bit of shoulder. By King's Landing standards, this might be what would be seen by like maybe a barmaid, but around here, this is much more conservative, but it's very elegant.
It's not quite what Delon is looking for.
True.
So he's like, no, that might be sufficient for a barmaid, perhaps, where I'm from, but not what I'm looking for. I apologize. Something a bit
Hmm.
more with elegance and beauty, and something that covers the shoulders and the shoulders at least, or a little bit in the midriff, perhaps. Something respectable. I don't mind if it's up to the elbows, or it shows up the off the wrist. That's fine, or even allows the ankles to be a bit more free. That's
I'm
fine, or even
afraid we
the
don't
top of
have any
shoulders.
garb quite like that around here.
Do you know ones that would?
Well, garb for a funeral, perhaps.
My goodness. Um, it's not supposed to be a. Hmm.
I assure you, this garb right here is very lovely. Many wives wear them around here, many wives some others. It's a bit dressed up, perhaps for a wedding, but it's still very nice. Not her wedding, but attending one.
Well, I think, Alan, if it's
Hmm.
a reminder of home, that even if you don't particularly like the dress, you think it's a bit too much, perhaps she would still like it. After all, even if she's not wearing that, I know for you, she has a husband or anything, it'd be nice for her home, I suppose.
Hmm.
At least she gets just to wear that for special occasions. One that would wear such a dress.
Do you perhaps have one? Yes. No, I think you're right. It's basically flowers. It's like a flower, basically all flower dress.
Yeah, it's made of flowers.
Okay. He's like,
Like flower petals, kind of like sewn together into a dress.
right. I mean, it's actually pretty elegant. It's like, no, you're right. I'll take it.
Alrighty then. This one would be about 10 gold.
Deal.
I hope
assume
she
that's a good
enjoys it.
price. As do I. Thank you. And a necklace of Sylviana.
If you're looking for a necklace of Sylviana, you would have to go to the church.
That's fine. I can probably do that last. While I'm in the market. I'm gonna go and see if there's any halflings around.
As you're looking for halflings,
Mhm.
you go looking around and you eventually find one. Not quite. He's in the market,
Mhm.
but it's not that he's at a stall in the market. His home is in the market. His home is where
Oh.
the market has been set up in, but it's clear his home is older than the marketplace is. He's in a rocking
Oh.
chair, just kind of like rocking on his porch. He's got a long pipe in his mouth.
Mm.
He's also got a glass, very large like tankard, almost as big as he is, sitting, and it's got a very long straw that he could just lean forward and sip from it. There's a butter churner self-churning its butter, just like up and down and up and down and up and down, churning butter, like on the porch as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just kind of reading a book and turning pages on it. He's got some biscuits on a plate on the edge on his lap as well. Kind of a thing.
Got it. He's lazy and at home. Got it. All right. So Delon will approach. Pardon me. I don't mean to interrupt your reading, sir. But I was wondering, do you know if there are any individuals who sell items such as this? He points to the butter churner.
Of course. He gestures over to a rocking chair beside him. Come, sit.
Mhm.
Make yourself comfortable. We'll discuss business.
I see. Thank you. I thank thee.
Biscuit. As he like holds his plate out to you.
Oh, thank you. So, Gildas, would you like one?
Well, I haven't had breakfast yet. So.
No,
I'll
breakfast.
just-
He hops up from his rocking chair. It
Oh,
rocks
Lord.
behind him, and he immediately opens the door, and it slams shut behind him. You hear some rummaging from inside, and he comes out with an entire tray of food. Not on my account! As he basically sets it down on a little table, and he points to it. Dig in! Eat breakfast! No breakfast at this time! My, it's nearly lunchtime.
Mm.
I will call it a brunch then.
Oh, I've already had brunch.
Mm.
Alright.
Delon eats it. Mm. Oh, this is delectable. Thank you.
Very welcome. Now, you mentioned... Actually, one shouldn't disturb a meal with business. You have your fill, and then we'll deal with business.
Oh, it's fine. It's his business, not mine. I'm content to just listen.
Alrighty then. Smoke. As he like holds up a pipe.
Mm.
You don't know where he keeps getting this stuff.
No, good sir. No, I usually say smoking for more a sociable occasion.
No more social
Oh.
occasion than having a good breakfast.
I was like, all right, whatever. Yeah, all right, whatever. Yeah, Delon will be like, okay, all right, I'll take you up on it.
So he just hands you a pipe, essentially. You can keep
Mm.
it. Think of it as a gift.
Ah, thank you. Dylan's like very surprised. This is not how business is done. All right. He's just giving me things, but I like it. I like these people. They got moxie, I tell you. They've got moxie. Anyways, but Delon, he'll smoke give a little puff. Oh. That is quite strong. Not bad.
It should be. I prefer the sweeter kind of tobacco, personally. Goes quite good with a scone.
I'm not much of a smoker myself, but I do enjoy it on occasion. Though being a Dragonborn has made it difficult to appreciate it as much. Smoke and fire and all that. But on to business, sir.
Yes. You mentioned you wanted to buy a butter churner, or perhaps something else?
Yes. Actually. See, I've been a long way from my home, and I'm looking for gifts that can help out the household of my family. I've heard that certain magically imbued household items are made in certain areas, and I was wondering if you had any of those, perhaps, that I might lighten the load for my family.
Of course! Everyone should lighten their load. Everyone should. If you are just busy doing all the things that you could have been doing much more efficiently, how can you enjoy your day?
Indeed.
Tell me, how long has your family been without a butter churner?
Magically imbued one, you mean to say?
The only kind.
Let's see. Oh, since our family arrived in the state, and then before as farmers, I suppose then since our family's origin, I suppose, all the way in King's Landing.
Oh my goodness! That won't do. It won't do. Not at all. He hops off, heads back inside, comes back out with a butter churner, and then another one. If you get this one, which I will only charge you for half price as you have been without one for far too long, you can get this one for free.
How much is it?
50 gold. That's the half price, of course.
Do I know that's a good deal?
I'll
roll insight.
Roll insight, yeah.
We'll roll some insight. That's why you're here as my wingman, Gildus. You roll insight for me.
Yeah, I can't. Well, actually, yeah.
You
get Gildos to roll insight for you, and then
mean-
like suddenly try to tell you if it's good or not. Okay, so a 19.
Them hoes are lying.
So with the 19 Gildos, 50 gold for a self-churning butter churner is a really good deal. For two of them, it's a steal.
Right. So as I made in my lunch, you was like, you look at meals, like, as I like take a spoonful, I was like, give you a thumbs up, you're like, a nod.
I'll take it.
Alrighty then. Anything else? Might I interest you in a self-writing quill? You set down some parchment, and you dictate to it. Mary had a little lamb. And you see as it just writes it down. See?
That, thankfully, I do have on my person. He actually takes out his magic quill.
Excellent.
A gift.
Many a day's hand cramp avoided.
Indeed, it's been quite the lifesaver. I'm a practicing scholar on my off times as a knight, and it's been wonderful to be able to not have to deal with the strain. Keeps my sword arm ready.
Good. No scholar worth their salt would ever be seen without one.
Tell me, I've heard rumors that there's spoons or things that self-turn as well.
Oh, of course.
Perhaps I'll take one of those if you have one.
And I imagine your family has not had one before.
No.
Won't do. It won't do. Actually, in fact, I will be right back. And he heads back inside, slams the door. Go. You hear rummaging around, and you see as he comes out with a cart with a few boxes on it, essentially.
Oh.
Let's see here. He reaches for one of them, takes out a few things, and he then puts a few items in a small little chest, and he hands you the chest. Now, inside there you will find you'll find 3 of these self-turning spoons, 3 of these self-whisking whisks, 4 of these self-dusting dusters, and of course, last but certainly not least, 7 of these self-cleaning racks. They don't clean themselves, mind you still have to clean the rack. But you put the rack in the sink with some dirty dishes, and in the morning, those dishes will be clean. As long as you recharge the rack with magic.
How do you recharge the magic for any of these items?
Simply put, if you have anyone with a magical affinity in the family, they simply need to channel some of their magic into these items, and it'll be ready to go once again.
Ah, that's very fortunate. My brother is magically inclined. You should be able to deal with it pretty easily.
Excellent. Considering the fact that your family has not had any of these for long, far be it from me to let you live in such a state of poverty. Can't imagine it. I will give all of these to you. All the things in that chest. For a measly 150 gold.
I'm assuming that's also steel.
Yes, it's absolutely a steal.
Please. Alright, he's like, done. Puts out his hand.
Excellent. Instead of shaking your hand, he takes your hand and both his much smaller than yours hands, shakes them, and he has placed like a cookie in one hand, and he breaks the other half off, and he raises it up like one would a beer.
Perfect.
And the deal is done.
Excellent.
And he eats his half.
Thank you. Along with you, that's half as well.
It's a rather simple but sweet cookie, freshly baked, clearly baked this morning.
There is one other thing Delon recalled hearing about that he was curious. Thank you. This has been very kind of you to your business, and I appreciate all your honesty and earnesty. If I might ask, this one would perhaps be for me, if I may. I've heard you have a map that can self-fold and to make marks on itself.
Yes, I have a few of those.
You see, my compatriot and I, we are on a journey with another party, as it were. And I find myself going through multiple different maps, and having one that can adjust itself, fold itself, and be easily readily available would be very much a boon, as I don't think our journey will be ending anytime soon.
I see. This is a bit of a luxury item, usually saved exclusively for merchants. Gnomes typically have one. I've also met a few humans, such as yourself. I'm sorry, you're a dragonborn, no longer a human. I could tell that right off the bat.
It's fine.
But
I take no offense.
Thank you, I meant none. But yes, I've met quite a few who have sold some of these to before. This is a bit pricier than the other objects, of course, as they're a bit more difficult to make. I spend a lot more time making these. I would make it custom for you, actually. Do you have any... the features of such as it is a simple map, which is water resistant, fire resistant, though not fire or waterproof. If you drown it, it will eventually fall apart. If you burn it hard enough, it will eventually combust into ash. However, it is mostly weather resistant, and if you have a map yourself, which you already have, you could essentially place your map onto the parchment, and after channeling your magic into it and leaving it there for about 8 hours, I highly recommend doing so overnight. It's an excellent trick. You will have the area of that map. It'll be transported into this parchment, this scroll. And when you wish to see a certain map, you simply say clearly and deliberately the region you wish to see.
Excellent. Is there anything adjustments you also can make to this parchment? It sounds incredible.
That's the standard features.
Hmm.
Ultimately, the map could have many different things inside of it. To the average eye, it may just appear as a simple blank piece of parchment. Unless they know what maps you have in it, they may not even be able to read your maps. Very useful for merchants.
I see. Yes. How much would this one cost?
It's quite a lot more, unfortunately, because I make every single one special, ready to order.
I understand. We'll be here for quite some time, so if there's an issue on time, that can be given to afforded. I wouldn't want to rush on such a specialty of an item.
Excellent. That will give me the time to make it so I do not have to stress by making it in 24 hours. Gnomes expect things done unreasonably quickly. You don't understand. One must take time every once in a while to make sure the product is especially elegantly crafted, and also to make sure you're enjoying the crafting process. And he nods empathically like multiple times after that with a big smile.
Indeed. Let's see. Then, based on this, without any additional, just the standard as it described, what is the gold at this point?
This would usually run you about 1,000 gold, but considering that you've been really amicable and I quite enjoy talking to you, and as well as that I've already contributed quite a good deal to your family, and I think this would benefit your family some more as well, I will knock the price down to 750 gold.
I'm going to look at our amount of money. I think that's an understandable expense. Especially how much we're getting out of this map. We're going to get out of it. We've got... So that would be another 750. We'd come down to about 1,000, 250 with all the items sold, if that's okay with everybody. Hello.
Gildas is okay with it. What about Bub? Is Evan alright with that?
I mean, we're getting like 10,000 gold in the bank anyway.
True.
Yeah.
Am I right with what? Buying something?
Yeah. I'm buying a map that basically we can put any type of map and region and feature onto at any point. We just have to talk to it. It's also fire resistant, water resistant, and it's based in self-folding.
That sounds
And if you
pretty
make
sick. I'd buy
Yeah.
it.
Also,
okay.
if somebody doesn't know the exact region that they, like, say someone else steals your map and wants to try to look at what you have on it,
I see nothing.
if they don't know what region to bring up,
Mhm.
it just looks like a blank piece of parchment.
Reveal your secrets.
Basically, we're
Yep.
down to 1,002 gold, I think, right?
1,150.
150. Okay, then.
Yeah, because 250 is already in. We take that away. Then we take 750 away. So then it's down to 150.
All right, then.
Cool
Well,
beans.
162 technically, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool beans. So, after exchanging some of the currency, he actually accepts the currency from you for the first few things you bought immediately, but he actually only asks to have half of the payment for the map now, and you can give the other half later.
All right. I'll just put the other part of the payment away. Nice. It was a pleasure doing business with you, sir.
Oh, absolutely. It should be a pleasure to do business with people.
And if you would like to add anything else, or to personalize it, this map that you're making for such, and I'm giving you the time to do so, I would more than welcome it. You've been more than amicable, and I very much appreciated your time spending. If you'd like to add any additional features, anything you feel that would really brighten it up or really make it feel personalized, feel free to do so. I like my items to have... He pauses for a moment and thinks. And he smiles. There's a gentle smile. Character.
Nice. Every item should.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, then I'll have to... Is it okay? With that, Med, it was a pleasure doing business. I'm sure my compatriot thanks you very heartily for the meal you bestowed upon us. I thank you for the pipe. I will take very good care of it. I can assure you.
You are most welcome. And please, as he reaches into the cart that he brought out, reaches into a chest, and he just hands you a bag. Have some cookies for the road. I will not have someone missing breakfast again. You have no excuse.
You hear that? He's like, you hear that, Gildas? No more excuse. He says with a chuckle.
Oh, I took that away in my small brain. Well, my little brain.
And you got that? No more excuses, brain.
Yes.
And
You have a Homer
brain's-
Simpsons moment where the brain talks back to you.
yeah. Or the Jay Sherman, his stomach talks back to him. That was a great running joke. Alright. The only other thing I'm gonna grab before I go to the temple, if we want to, or before we stop by it, then head to the temple, I assume. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of unique flowers, herbs, a lot of teas, then like seeds or whatever that we can when I get back. She can basically make their own herbs and teas at that point.
Sounds good.
Sorry.
You find that those are very cheap. They don't, as they seems to be those aplenty here. So you can get all of those that you want for like gold.
Could I help Darren with that? Because I have like technically expertise with herbalism kit.
Yeah, please.
You could.
So, helping him find the right ones would be. So let's see. I guess. Which achievement should I roll? Well, I guess wisdom. It's like medicine is wisdom, but nature is intelligence.
Yeah, use I think herbalism kits are mostly based off of medicine checks personally.
I will wisdom. Let's go.
Alright, 16. So, Gildos, through your expertise, you're able to not only help DeLon find the herbs, like all the herbs and medicines and stuff he needs, but you're also able to help him find the vendor selling them at the cheapest price. Like at the fairest to cheapest price. So, instead of it costing you a gold, it's going to cost you 50 silver instead.
Nice. Alright, so that's good. So let's see what else. So I got a bunch of herbs. Got seeds to in the future. He can plant them, and then it can be continuous. Herbs and seeds. I guess also along the way he just grabbed he just grabs herbal drinks, alcohols, distilled stuff, and now also he is I guess now he's gonna look for the King's Landing export stuff for his nephews, and then we'll go and check on Bub's stuff, and then we'll go to the temple for Savannah because I've been meaning to do that anyways, and then we'll hit the spa, and I think that sounds good. I don't know if you want to change that order, Gildas. Or Ram, I should say. Okay.
Alrighty. So as you look for a merchant from King's Landing, bringing exports from King's Landing to here, you find that there isn't one per se, not like strictly from King's Landing, but there is a merchant from Mysterium. He seems to be not here for much longer, as his wares are a bit thin at the moment. He seems to have sold most of them, but he does still have some stuff. But his, you can tell a merchant who's packed up most of their wares when you see one, kind of a thing. You could still buy stuff from him. You know, he could basically get something from his cart if you wished him to. But essentially, it's clear that he's about to return to Asterium.
It's the closest thing he's going to get to a King's Landing kind of thing.
Yeah.
Basically, or Glockmaster.
And, and he has a bit of, like, King's Landing stuff in the cart, but, like, because he's essentially doing business from that sort of the world and just bringing some here.
All right. Delon's gonna go. Hail.
Oh, hi. How you doing?
Is it doing well? I see you packing up. I hope I didn't come too late. I was hoping to purchase something. If you have any items that's available.
Oh, no problems at all. You can definitely purchase from me. He's a rather heavy-set gentleman with, every time he laughs, his belly jiggles like a bowl full of jelly kind of guy.
Yeah, Santa Claus. There you go.
He's not Santa, but he does have a long, like, a
This
big,
just reminds me
like,
of that.
brown beard and brown hair kind of a thing. He's
There you
clearly
go.
a human, though.
Yeah. Well met. I have family here, and I was looking to see if you had any items of export from possibly King's Landing or Styrium that I might look at.
I got both. What kind of specific items are you looking for? Who you buying it for?
I'm buying it for my family. Two young nephews, about coming on the ages of 10, and two cousins, women. So at this point, speaking of getting gifts for them, this is my first meeting with them in some time, and personally, ever.
I think I got the thing. He reaches into his cart and takes out some wooden training swords. They're about the size for young squires would have. What young boy from King's Landing wouldn't enjoy his own wooden training sword? No real blade, no harm involved. Just a bit of a whack on the head, perhaps, or, whacking each other, or maybe, just maybe, actually learning real forms.
His father their father was an expert knight in his day, and still is. I'm sure he'll teach them the sword relatively soon, no doubt. Yes, I think that would be quite nice. Yeah, I think I'll take these. These are very nice.
Excellent. Now, as for women folk, I would say usually I would recommend some perfumes or some jewelries or something similar to that. But considering where we are, honestly, the goods here highly outclass mine. I couldn't, in good faith, sell you perfumes when honestly I'm ashamed to have these perfumes in my cart here.
Respectable.
So in that mind, a set of perfumes or jewelry perhaps, which the jewelry around here is very different. She might like some King's Landing jewelry. We have a simple silver necklace with a bit of a jewel on it here if you wanted something like that. Alternatively, you could buy, I have a King's Landing's traditional flowing dress. Very nice. Many young ladies love these sorts of things. Very pretty. Silk from Asterium, but in the style of King's Landing.
How so?
Well, if you look at the fabric here, the sewing, and also the design of the dress itself, it's more in the style of King's Landing, about a young lady or young not farming girl, but more of the slightly more well-to-do King's Landing girl. But the silk here, the fabric here, is actually silk from Asterium. Got a great deal on some silk that I bought from Asterium, and I had it all turned into dresses in King's Landing.
I like it. It's a mixing of the King's Landing style, but it reminds me of a more freeing style that I noticed in Asterium that many of the elven women wore. Yes. Yes, I think this would suit a lady of our house quite finely. Yes, I'll take it.
Alrighty then. Do you want one? You mentioned two ladies.
I did. The other is the younger sibling. I would not wish to then underclass her. So if you have something of similar make, perhaps I hesitate to say this, but perhaps a bit more less elegant, more freeing.
Say no more.
Some kind.
I did have a much cheaper alternative that I was hoping to sell to some girls in either King's Landing with some silk, because many ladies love a nice silk dress, So but I needed a cheaper alternative that would be more affordable to, say, the farmers of King's Landing.
Hmm.
Now, just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it's inferior quality.
Hmm.
So he takes out a dress much more in the style of like the farmer girls or like the more of the commoners
Cheaper
of
by the
King's
amount.
Landing.
It's
Yeah.
cheaper in the amount of how much is utilized in it, not necessarily
Yes.
the quality.
Yes. It's the dress style is different a bit. But it's still silk. But
Mhm.
you can tell that like whoever he hired to sew both of these gowns did a bang up job because you couldn't tell that there was slightly less silk in the second one unless you were actively looking.
Nice. Very similar to the Farm Girl one. A bit more fraying on it and less on the ankles. But it's still styled so similar to a Mysterium one. Yes. Yeah, so I think I'll take this one as well. It looks good.
Excellent. Then for the 2 wooden training swords,
Mhm.
these 2 dresses, that's gonna be, I'm gonna charge you only about 15 gold.
15 gold deal.
Excellent. As he takes the payment, he reaches into his cart, grabs 2 perfumes, and just adds them to your pile, free of charge.
No, you don't need to.
Trust me, free of charge. You can have them.
It's like he kind of like glances to Gildas, like I don't. Fine.
When a merchant is offering you something for free, just take it.
As you wish. He'll take it as you wish. I'll take free perfumes.
Excellent. Alright. I'm just actually a plumb about out of all my goods. Got me right at the tail end, just before I'd sold the last of it. Probably
pleasure doing business.
tomorrow morning I'll be heading off over that mountain pass.
Indeed. When you're traveling it, be sure to stay in the center roads. Last our partner and I crossed it, there were a bit angles on some of the rock. It's good during the summer, but make sure that you're in the center range. I noticed some falling rocks or rocking in the area. Just a bit of advice.
Of course. Appreciate it. And
Mm-hmm.
Lord bless whoever cleared that mountain range. Couldn't even wait to get home.
Delon just glances with a knowing smile and nods. Indeed. Take care.
Of course. You as well.
Putting all this aside, I'm gonna put that into the bag of holding, the dresses and stuff. Because why not? And yeah, let's go check up on Bub's the thing before we head to the temple.
Mhm.
So let's go check on Bub's mischievousness.
Alrighty. So you make your way.
Bub didn't do it. He's guiltless in all of this.
So
Tulio put him up to it.
Who is this bum figure you speak of? I am Bubber.
Bubbard is my brother's name.
That's right.
Shifty eyes back and forth.
My God, I played a Cobalt Rogue.
My name is Cedric Bubbery.
Honestly, Cobalt Rogues would be ridiculous.
Oh, they would. They'd be like ridiculously good. Stab, stab. I'm helping.
Oh no.
Go. It's like
You guys are in so much trouble. When you guys are like, let's be nice to everyone and like do diplomacy. Meanwhile, I'm like stabbing people in the street.
hey, that if it helps the right amount of people.
Dude, I'm nice to people because, like, honestly, like,
You guys have to
imagine
promise me that next time we're in a campaign, like, and if you guys decide to play political people, I get to be like an assassin or something, and like I can be like the arm that goes to kill shit.
I will more than happily let you just be the. I will more than happy. I will more than happy
to let you do that, Ev.
Alrighty. So you make your way over towards Eleanor's family cottage here, and as you're heading along the path, you find that this is a very small, out of the way part. Definitely very local. It's covered with a lot of trees. The walkway is pretty bumpy and actually unpaved. It's very odd. This isn't the kind of thing you'd expect the chrysanthemums to want. But as you begin making your way there, you can hear someone singing to themselves, and you can also you also see Gildas, you can see a direwolf is tailing you as you approach. But as you get closer, Gildas, you can hear the singing as you get closer. For 900,000 gold in the bag, 900,000 gold, and gonna win it all today.
So, Dalan, we were to check upon Bub, right?
Aye,
So why is Tulio there?
indeed. I think we need to. It's like I think we should investigate.
Of course, that is if the direwolf leaves us.
I can I'll roll animal handling.
So as you do get closer towards it, before you roll that, as you get closer to it, you see as the direwolf eventually leaps out of the brushwork and is growling at you all, just fangs bared, hackles raised, it's ready to tear your throats out, kind of a thing. But it's just growling.
Arr.
Roll for guidance.
Roll guidance. So I was so close to a crit.
You have animal handling because you're a cavalier type.
Actually, yeah, I do. Actually, I have the check mark in animal handling.
Yeah.
So technically I get advantage. Technically, that's a crit. Technically, it is, Marshall.
I'm gonna go with the 18 for this, technically. Because I would treat it like you have advantage on it when you're dealing with Velisay, specifically.
Like, having the check mark does only means that you can roll it normally.
20.
Alrighty then. So with a 20, as how do you calm the direwolf?
So I gently extend a hand, not to touch it, but to put my hand out as it, and I speak in a low but very calming tone. You no harm. Calm yourself. I'm not here to cause any issue. We're friends of Bob. You know of us.
You see as it continues to growl at you, but its eyes narrow and it seems to look you up and down. And when you say like you're friends with Bub, it seems to narrow its eyes even further, and it actually jerks its head at you, and almost like it's flipping you the bird or something, and it just kind of jumps into the bushes. By the way, this sound, you no longer hear singing near the cottage.
Yeah, of course. At this point, I'm going to enter.
So as you make your way over to the cottage clearing, you find that it's a little garden-y cottage, very tucked away, small, unassuming cottage. There's not even a symbol of chrysanthemum on it. That has a rather pretty but simple garden outside, with like an apple tree and right outside the house and everything. It looks like there was no one here, but you can see that there is a water pail sitting next to the garden, and it looks like it was recently watered.
I'm assuming also, like, It's a long guy. Montilio. Are you around?
I need to make a roll. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Why would Montulio return from the scene of the crime?
Exactly.
He would
Yeah,
They would
never.
not.
honestly, we can hide, but
a
roll your
bind.
thing, Marshall. Just hold on.
Good luck finding him. He's got maximum skill.
We know it's Montilio. We know you're here.
Alright, Marshall, roll
Oh,
your
you guys
stealth.
doesn't
Roll
have
your
Okay
stealth.
then. You entrusted the gold with Tulio, Bob. You told him to watch it with the wolf. Locate creature. Or name a creature that is familiar to you.
That's actually freaking hilarious.
If the creature's location, locate the creature's within 1,000 feet of you. If the creature's moving, you know the direction of its movements. The spell can locate a specific creature known to you or the creature of specific kind, such as a human or a unicorn. As long as you've seen such a creature up close, within 30 feet at least once, if the creature you describe or named is in a different form, such as being under the effects of polymorph spell, this spell doesn't locate the creature. The spell can't locate the creature if running water at least 10 feet wide blocks a dark path between you and the creature. Okay, so as you cast this, Gildos, you become aware of someone tiptoeing away, but you can't see them.
I know where he's tiptoeing away.
He's tiptoeing towards the river, actually.
Alan, if you want to catch the Tulio in the act, better act fast, because he's going toward the river at the moment.
Thank you. Delon's gonna make for it now. I'm assuming Officer Valese is with us.
Valese is with you. So as you go around with Valese, I imagine you get on his back, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so you charge on his back on the direction that Tulio was in. And you don't see Tulio anywhere.
Do I see anything?
You see an open clearing in the riverbed.
An open clearing.
Gildos, you can tell that the creature you're trying to find is remaining perfectly still in the clearing.
Alright.
Well, honestly, I'll just go walk around the clearing.
Yeah.
Because it will essentially think of it like an arrow, right? Or I know the direction. So if I know where the arrow is tilting, I could just walk toward the arrow, just grab him, probably.
As you're walking closer, you know that the figure isn't moving. But as you get really close, it suddenly does a sprint for it.
I'm assuming I see it.
You can't see whoever's sprinting.
But I see someone sprinting.
You don't see someone sprinting, but you can hear footfalls sprinting. And you hear as a rock hits a wooden tree behind you.
What the fuck? I'm gonna briefly turn around.
As you turn around, you both see a sploosh, and there's a translucent, water-covered figure running away at as fast as he can.
Well, I can see him now, right?
You can see the translucent outline of what looks like Tulio.
Would I be able to cast Hold Person on him?
Why is he running? He just asked Tulio, we heard you're here. What's going on?
He didn't know. He's not getting caught.
That's your damn guilty person.
Yeah.
I think I'll try Hold Person on him.
Yeah, let's do it.
Well,
yeah, cleric powers and all
Well,
that.
it's an 11 DC anyway. It can beat that easily.
Yeah, he can beat that. It's 14 actually.
No, 14 is with wisdom. I'm casting.
Oh yeah,
he's
okay.
casting his
Yeah,
charisma, so.
Yeah, he's gonna beat that. Yeah, he beats that.
Yeah.
So he does disappear from you, Goldos.
Yeah, let him go.
He runs off into the distance.
Yeah, I'm not gonna chase him.
When you return to the cottage, you find that Gildas, with your passive perception, you find a bottle is tucked into a flower pot.
Why
Hmm.
blazes are they doing this?
Why are they here? And why was he running? You were just trying to talk to him.
Well, if Bob is away for 3 days, tells me to tell him when to come back. And Tulio's involved as he's dodging us to such an extent that he seems guilty or something. I'm afraid we don't really. We'll be greatly disappointed by what we find out, I think.
We did promise Eleanor to make sure everything around here is ship and safe. So Gildas, let's search around. Make sure nothing is out of the ordinary.
Will do.
Alrighty. So make a perception roll, active perception roll, to see what you can find with a quick look. So with a quick look, you find once again that bottle that was tucked into the flower pot, which you find is like an empty potion bottle.
I got 19.
A 19 perception.
Yeah.
So with the 19, you also notice the empty potion bottle. The label of whatever it was has been torn off. So whatever the potion was is completely gone, but label was torn off. You can also see that the cottage is clearly currently it's unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you look in the door, you find that there's some empty booze bottles in there. And like some food. It looks like somebody was just chilling in there, drinking and eating. You also find that outside somebody was watering the plants outside.
Nothing else. I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
Not with like a quick look around. There's nothing else out of the ordinary.
I think it's time. Well,
I found bottles. Quite a bit. Do the bottles look out of ordinary?
Let's see.
If they're that old, if like some of them are old, they're gonna have very telling appearance.
So there is a wine bottle that looks really dusty and like really dusty and like has been buried under something for a very long time. It also has some sand on the outside, like it was recently had near the beach or something. Reminds you of a bottle of like booze or rum that one would find on a pirate ship, but it's clearly wine.
I'm gonna take a sniff.
The bottle is currently empty, but it smells really good. It smells real strong too.
I'm just gonna take the bottle and move to Gildas, where we found the other vial thing. Tell me,
yes.
this bottle appears dusty, long, old. The smell is strong. Wine like that doesn't get that strong. Not from my age. I can't tell them precisely, but there's a whole number of it. This is the oldest I could find. It looked as if it was recently drugged up. So clearly, if Antulio was here, he was here for quite some time, and if he partook of something, this is not a common bottle. What say you?
Well, what says I, Marshall? Let's see. I think a medicine check might be.
A medicine check?
I kind of love this like a piece of the puzzle. We're gonna figure it out. Because the cry heist of the century.
Just one more thing, too.
And another thing.
One more thing.
So what are you trying to learn with a medicine check? I'm curious.
Well, mostly, you know, I'm a booze, the connoisseur, you know. I'm like, well, I mean, if that, I'm like, I mean, let's say, yeah, it's diminished the age of the wine. Like, I mean, even if it's like the bottle is empty, there's probably like maybe some droplets that are still left.
There are a
know,
few, yeah.
Like my goddess is a damn goddess of booze too. I don't know, at least.
I'd say you could roll that. You could roll medicine or maybe history or something.
Yeah,
Ooh,
so
wow,
like,
25.
I mean, it's
God
really
dang!
as well, but
So Gildas, you've never personally had this wine. You don't even really know what kind it is. But like, I'm imagining that you're maybe like tasting one of the drops or something, right? Just take a taste of it.
yeah.
So as you take a taste of it, it's really strong. It's also a wine that you've never had before, and it seems to be from some sort of grapes that you don't even know what you've tasted. Like it's an especially good grape, but it is not a grape you're familiar with at all. Also, it tastes like the kind of wine that would be very hooty snooty. Though perhaps not like hooty snooty, but perhaps enjoyed by hooty snooty people who just like drinking expensive wine. But it is really good wine. You'd expect it in a noble circle, perhaps. Not in a cottage.
Well, I mean, it's a chrysanthemum cottage, so you know, but
True, but you don't see any wine bottles in here.
right.
All you see is actually there's no food in here at all, no drinks. Even the inside of the cottage is unbelievably simple.
Right. So I'll say. Well, first of all, Darren, this wine is unlike any other wine I've ever tasted. If anything, I can't even tell what kind of grape was used inside of it. Second of all, this is the kind of wine you see at a noble's table, not in some out-of-the-way cottage with nothing in it. And third of all, why does Tulio have something like this? And not only did he drink it, he didn't even consider the worth of this wine. Just, well, we know it might have been a one of a kind.
And this place was guarded by Sir Bub's direwolf.
Indeed.
So, he had to know that this was possibly something here. Or maybe not. Perhaps a more thorough looking around is in order. Although, Delon's gonna look at the time of day.
It's about noon or so.
Okay, so we have time. Perhaps a bit more of a look around before we head to the temple then. Just to make sure everything's on the up and up.
Sounds
I
good.
agree.
So before you do that, Bub.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like leaving the druid's den kind of a thing, wondering about your business, and Tulio drops down from a rooftop, like jumps off the wall and lands right in front of you. He's a little wet, and he looks like he's been sprinting as fast as he can for a hot second. Okay, goodness, found you, Bob. Do you have any response to that, Bub?
Yeah, no, somebody was moving their mic around. I'm like, is that intentional?
I'm not sure. I think it was. It's not me. It's someone else.
I think it was Brendan.
Oh, okay.
Hold up. I go, oh, hi, Coolio. What's
Hey,
up?
Bob. Okay, so Bob, you know how you told me to watch the stash and make sure that no one else did it and did anything with it?
Yeah.
For some reason, Delon and Gildas showed up.
Okay.
But Delon and Gildas are goody two shoes.
Yeah.
That's our haul.
Yes, it is.
They might find our haul, Bob.
Well, let's see. I need to think about this for a bit. But it's our hall, though. I got permission.
They don't know
We're
that.
allowed to take it.
They don't know that. They're just gonna find that, oh, there's a lot of treasure here, and your direwolf is there, and they for somehow could see me even though I drank a potion to make myself invisible. They could see me. Damn clerical abilities. So they know that your direwolf is there, and that I ran. But they're
Why'd you
snooping
run
around
away?
right now.
Well, we need to go back then. I'll
Sure.
just explain it. It'll be fine.
Alright, Bob. It's your haul.
Okay. I'll come along.
Alrighty, so back to Gildas and Delon. So you were going to be looking around a little more thoroughly, correct?
Yes.
They find the bodies.
Oh no! My God, they're all in a closet, a single closet.
All these skeletons.
Oh my God.
And then they think, and then we think they did it, but it's like, oh no, the chrysanthemum people did that. They've been hiding that.
That's how they got their
The guy in the
riches.
red robe.
That's how they got the riches.
Yeah. Nothing about, peddling furs or anything. No, those are back of the people killing. That's how they got the furs. Was all the scalped and
But alrighty, make me a investigation roll to look around more clearly.
Good luck. I'll roll one too.
Good luck finding it.
Yeah, they stashed it nice and good.
Yeah.
Got a 15,
My ass.
and you got an 18. Guidance on yourself. You know what? I'm going to heroically inspire you, Gildas. You roll a d6, buddy, and I'll roll a d6 if I
Alright.
need to.
That's a 20.
And
12.
that's a 20 for you. Oh,
21 for you.
21 for me. I hardly get to use heroic inspiration. Delon just like casually is just talking like inspiringly, like, this reminds me of the occasion on me, and you're just like, okay, he's going on a Picard speech, got it.
It reminds me of that.
Yeah, it reminds me of the hunt. It reminds me of the occasion.
Darcy,
When my brothers and I were searching for this upstairs in our closet. And it's like such a heartwarming story that Gildas can't help but like shake his head but smile. And it makes you investigate better. So that's 21 for me, 20 for Gildas. Investigation.
Alrighty, so the 21 and a 20. So both of you are looking around pretty thoroughly at this point, and you would determine that there's nothing inside. Well, there is something inside. There's like, it feels like one of the bookcases is a bit loose, or like both heavier and lighter than it should be inside, but that's neither here nor there. You also can find that outside, that's the only thing of interest that you find thoroughly inside. But outside, you find that the plant life out here is especially vibrant and lively. And while the ground is soft and muddy, assumedly from the watering can, it also seems like it's odd. Some of these plants, like, they seem almost too vibrant for this time of year.
Hmm. Hmm. That's how they hit it, you smart bastards. Delon's gonna point that out to Gildas. Is it just me? Is the plant life around here specifically around here, a bit more vibrant than the others?
Well, considering the cottage must have been empty for a long time, I think we would have overgrown plant life and all that, but not exactly like this. More the brownish kind, you know.
Indeed.
Actually, that looks a bit too overgrown. Well, should we help Eleanor trim it down a bit? What do you think?
If we cause any damage, Bub can just Bub can resow the ground, the soil.
He could.
He's a druid after all. I'm sure he'll fix it, and we can apologize to Eleanor if we make a mistake.
Well then.
So I guess why not?
Alrighty, so you start like going around the garden a bit, kind of like clearing through the greenery, and so are you like pulling out the plants and all that to dig into it a little?
One with a super loose ground. That way it can be re-put back there.
Alrighty.
Very loose ground, you can like. That's what I said. You know what? If we screw up too much, you can just have Bub do his druid things and fix it.
Alrighty then. So you start moving the really loose ground out, and you find that let's see, there's just dirt underneath at the moment. But even the dirt here is pretty loose.
We'll keep digging then.
Alright, so you keep digging some more. You've dug about, I'd say, a 4-foot hole.
Dear Lord. Getting me all dirty.
Do you want to keep digging?
Later.
Diggy hole.
What reason would I really have to dig deeper? Realistically speaking.
It's up to you.
If it's not 4 feet, I just don't think. I'm looking at the realism of the situation.
So very specifically, Bub dug a very specific depth.
I don't even remember it.
I do.
So okay.
I guess.
It's like,
yeah.
You
know what? I'll actually look up to Gildas. I've already dug up the 4 things. We've only been digging. Is it this deep? Surely they wouldn't have digged that. If there was something here, it would have already shown itself.
Honestly, Marshall.
Could
I roll inside to essentially put myself in the head of Tulio and Bob? A thing like them in this instance.
Yeah, sure. I'd say.
I haven't heard one. If I haven't heard one.
If I was a piece of shit, how would I?
Gildas has familiarity with this.
How deep would I dig? It's like,
14.
Fail.
Even with advantage, that's a 14.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So with a 14, I'd say you can kind of get. I'd say you probably get Bub better than Tulio at this point. Um. Hmm. I'd say that you'd know that Bub is pretty fond. So Bub is a kobold, and kobolds are fond of digging and setting traps. Bub has said so on multiple occasions, and you remember that he helped dig pretty efficiently with his druid spells at your goblin camp using his spell Mold Earth. That's what I would say.
Right. So Dylan say,
Mhm.
well, if I was a kobold, like Bob,
Mhm.
I know for sure I wouldn't really be satisfied with just a 4 feet deep hole.
Hmm.
Well, they don't, well, the two of them aren't exactly on such a good term with Eleanor that they would pay attention to the garden. So I think they would have dug deeper. Now, how deep, I don't know. So it really matters. Well, it's only really a matter of how much time you want to put into that.
It's just a little past noon now. What am I this one? A definite. I must be. Is it? I must be by the beaches and waterfall this later this evening. So.
The ground
Let's get
is
to
still
it.
pretty soft, so it's pretty easy digging.
Let's get to it until it gets hard. That way we'll know there's nothing more to dig then.
A nod.
Alrighty.
Up your dick.
So you both keep digging.
Dig a hole. Dig a hole.
And if memory serves, Bub, you dug a 6-foot deep hole for those, right?
Basically.
Alright.
Like,
So-
enough that we can, like, do it relatively quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, after digging for another 2 feet, Delon,
Yeah.
you and Gildos find burlap sacks.
Hmm? Is that? Delon pulls out a sack out. Ah, this is a burlap sack.
They're very heavy.
I can barely pull it up. Good
Well,
places are they hiding in here? Oh goodness, please. Withhold the device. Please don't let it be a dead body.
no. Did it make a squeeze sound or did it make a clunk sound?
It made a thunk sound.
Oh, that's clearly not a dead body of it. Unless
Still, it's the
chest
first.
had a burlap sack.
Yeah. So I guess I'll take down the open up the burlap.
So as you open it up, you find that it's filled with like odds and ends, jewels and like baubles and all sorts of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot of just jewels, odds and ends, and baubles in this first bag.
Good goodness. Look at all these.
Who did they rob this time?
Is that? What's these sacks? Treasure?
There are more sacks down there as well.
Yeah, I'll tie up this one to make sure it doesn't come loose again, and then pull up another one. I have a strength of 19. I got this.
Mm-hmm. So as you pull out this one, if you look inside of it, it's filled with some like what looks like mithril chainmail or chain shirts or something.
Mithril.
They robbed a noble house, didn't they? I mean, how else do you explain the wine, the gemstone, the now this?
Mm.
Yeah,
Uh,
this bag has 3 suits of mithril chainmail in it, and it has also 3 hammers in it that look like they're very old but of expert quality.
And a smithing. They robbed us blacksmith too.
Sure looks
In the
like
next burlap sack, if you look at it, you find even more jewels and jewelry.
How many noble houses did they rob?
In the next one, you find that it's filled with 3 short swords, 3 bows, and 3 daggers of expert quality, as well as 3 weirdly crook shaped swords or blades of some sort. They look kind of like a pickaxe or something. They're not a bladed weapon you're familiar with, but Delon, as a knight who wears heavy armor, it definitely feels like whatever this was is designed to shred armor.
It's a halberd.
Give me
Basically.
that.
These are weapons of war. And still in excellent condition.
Museum.
And you also let's see.
Mhm.
In the last burlesque step, you find
Mhm.
a old staff with a fiery red gemstone on top,
Mhm.
and a orb, like a crystal orb of some sort. And after that, you just see several barrels of look like old casks, or barrels.
And the wine. And they robbed a wizard as well. My
Oh.
God. By the divines.
They should have a lot of explaining to do.
Can we show up?
Speaking of which,
Yeah.
Step out of the hole first.
Yeah.
so as you step out of the hole,
Mhm.
Bub, you see as when you what the first thing you hear when you step out of the hole is a dire wolf growling, and it's standing right next to Bub.
Mm.
But standing right next to Tulio, right next to Bub is also Tulio.
Well. The men of the hour.
Yeah, so
What?
Bob's gonna say, "Hi guys." He just looks down like they're in the hall. And he's like, "How'd you find that?"
I thought you just hi guys us. What's all of this? Who did you rob, bub?
What? I didn't rob anybody.
The damn stones, the chainmails, the weapons, the staff, the wine. Call me a fool, but I know what.
Yeah, so Bob's like, "It's the hoard of treasure we found."
Treasure. Hoard where?
Let's see. He doesn't know the actual name of what's down there, does he? I don't believe I do.
No, you don't know what that place is. No.
So Bub's gonna say, "I found it under the water. It was way deep down in an abandoned city."
The sunken city.
You pillaged the ancient sea of Lunari.
Of course not. I got permission
From whom?
from the water elementals who are down there guarding it. Well, not it. They're guarding something else, but that's besides the point. They said it wasn't their treasure, so I could have it.
Wait. You spoke to the Guardian.
Uh-huh.
Is that where you've been for the last 3 days?
That's right. I've been studying under the elementals.
Know what, Darren?
Yeah.
But if you keep talking to that god, to that elemental, you find out everything he knows, you'll be forgiven of your crime. How about that?
I didn't commit any crimes, though.
How? You claim you didn't.
It was great. This is the best thing of treasure I've ever found. It's like a dragon's hoard.
Indeed. A dragon sword under a sunken city that you pillaged, presumably not alone. It's Mr. Tulio.
Of course not. I needed help. I'm just one kobold.
So you admit it.
Tulio just shrugs while looking at Gildas. Breaking laws? How can we be breaking laws if we don't know them?
Well, I thought that, Tulio's an expert in getting treasure. So he helped me out, and we made sure that we didn't cause a commotion with it, because bad people might have come to try to take it from us. And it's ours, so I buried it.
It was the greatest heist of the century until you showed up.
Then why did you waste all that wine then?
I was enjoying myself. Celebratory wine.
Did he drink the expensive wine?
He drank a little bit. Not all of it, but he drank some
Well,
of
it's
it,
a fucking
essentially.
barrel, like, those are gigantic. If you
Yeah.
see the wine barrel,
He
like-
drank all. He became
No, he didn't drink
He
all
drank
the
it all.
barrels,
It's
but he
still
drank
a
some.
wine.
If it was Yorm, I believe it.
Imagine the price of a bottle. It just wasted one bottle. Like, come on, it's like that many
He-
gold.
He doesn't give a shit.
To Tulio, it's like we have 10,000 golden jewels. I don't care. This is a drop. This is a drop in the bucket.
We
Yeah,
have
so I'm
20,000
just gonna be like,
wine.
it's his hoard too. You should get paid for your work.
Who are you? Who's teaching you these things?
You actually said
No. No, Delon actually will say. So, Bob, did you got permission from this water elemental guarding the city, who presides over this term now, and he said it was acceptable for you to take what is there. Am I understanding that correctly?
that's right. It's not their treasure. They're guarding something else.
So if it was not their treasure, then who was it, Bob?
I don't remember the exact explanation, but he says there used to be another creature around there, but it has died. And as you may know, primordials live forever.
So this was a previous creature's treasure that passed, and it laid there dormant. And that is from whom you've taken, not people, not the people of this city, that creature's treasure. Is that correct?
That's right.
And the previous denizens of the sunken city, according to your story, he glances to
aren't any.
Gildas. Right. He glances to Gildas. According to you and the Sylvian people, they have moved on past that point. So they would have given up.
Well, the
presumably.
elemental told me that the city was abandoned.
Hmm.
Well, not so much abandoned, the more the left
Hmm.
to be at Savannah's side. But the elder also told me about, well, the Guardian as well. That what he might be guarding at the moment might be something really useful to us.
Well, I tried to convince him to move on because he's been there for so long, but he has to maintain his duty, even if the person who gave him the order has passed.
Hmm.
But I'm learning to communicate. It's a long, hard language, though. It's not in any books. But I conferred with my druid circle, and they told me how to communicate with them better.
Hmm.
think if you can convince him to combat the blight, perhaps he might be able to move. Well, he might be willing to move.
I don't remember if I brought that up or not. I might have. I think. I think I mentioned something like related to that. in the
Related to it, but he said something along the lines of, like, if I recall correctly, it can't move, or what it's guarding does combat it, or could, and it's waiting for those ready to take it or something. It's waiting for something.
Yeah, well, I can go back there, obviously.
Yeah, I think Bob tried to enlist it in the cause, and it basically said that even should it wish to help him, it cannot, as it has a prior engagement that it can't that's unfinished, essentially.
It's against its program, kinda.
Essentially, it's against its very, very specific like laws of how it functions. Primordials, if they make a promise, they keep it.
Maybe asking basically, oh, well, what do you, is it now that you learn the language, what would you need to do to release you from your current thing? That might help it too, because then it can move on. At this point, kind of Delon's just kind of looking among everyone, going, you believe this water guardian would be useful to our cause? So, Bob.
So I explain, kind of, and I say, I don't think he's gonna move. So that's why I got a deal to learn how to communicate with him. They respect the moon and the druids of the moon. I think otherwise they would have attacked me.
I see. You acted with the right intent. Technically, this horde does currently belong to neither. Although, doing what you did was considered sacrilege according to Eleanor and her people. So, Lady Eleanor.
But it would have stayed down there forever, forgotten. We could actually make use of it.
Indeed.
Tulio nods at that. Exactly. What's good is all that treasure if it's just sitting down there, left to rot. We can use it, put it to a good cause. Think of all the lives you could save with all that gold.
Do not.
All the men you could hire to combat the blight.
Exactly. That, and I've had a look at these items. I don't think anything's of how would you put it, cultural significance. It's not like we were desecrating an altar or anything like that. I would not have done that because gods are scary.
Given all this, then, when would you have told us about it?
What? But y'all were busy.
It's not an excuse. That's not an excuse.
Well, it took us a long time to get it all out of there. And then I buried it because, think about it. I mean, we're going to be in this town for a while, right? So we have to hide it in the meantime. Otherwise, people will be like, oh, well, here's all this gold just sitting here. Let's go take it. And think about how visible it would be if we just carried it around.
So reveal this. Can't believe I'm saying this, but they have a point.
Of course we do, Chief.
I wasn't speaking to you.
That's right. Of course I have a point. Bob always has reasons for doing things.
He's gonna approach Gildas like, I think they have a point. I mean, if it's sacrilege to most people, They had no interest in diving into the depths anyways, and they could not make use of it either way. And in the items, I did not see anything of significant cultural significance to the elven people. No idols, no Sylvana, nothing of that ilk. Seems to be weaponry, items of magic, wool perhaps, and kegs of wine, with money invested to the right buyers. Truthfully, I've been meaning to bring this up, but I think they're getting to a point, things are changing, and a good investment of money would be fruitful.
Well, I think you're right. Besides, it's already been dug up anyway.
Hmm.
I don't see fancy myself taking that and throwing it back into the lake. Do you?
No. Not particularly. So, with that, I assume they both nod at each other and look. Gentlemen, we have agreed that you may keep your score.
Hooray!
You see as
However-
Tulio lowers his hand down to you above for like a low 5.
Low five. I'll jump up and give him a low five.
I will add in how
Mhm.
say. However, once you're done with the thing you have to do, you will clean up the place and have it be like it was when you found it.
Of course, we're only using the house for now. I'm not gonna mess up her house. She's letting us stay here.
Exactly. If you're gonna be at a scene of a crime, you should always make sure that you may leave no evidence.
Like a ball
Yeah.
of flower plants.
Except we weren't committing any crimes.
Exactly. Can't commit crimes if you don't know the laws. And he like gives you a wink, Bub.
I don't think that's true.
Right. Well, then
Uh,
maybe told you next time, if you're not committing a crime, then don't leave
do
like
the
you're
crime.
somebody who was committed a crime.
Indeed. Well, you two, I'd start filling back that hole up.
Yeah, Shaper.
Julio nods at you, Gildos. Hey, don't look at me. If you caught me, you would have been trying to interrogate me about why I'm over here around her ladyship's house.
You
And
sure
with
would have
how
saved us
how
some
Chief
time, you know?
is, he wouldn't have believed anything I said anyways.
But it would have saved us some time.
I ain't no snitch. That gets you killed in Nebulum.
Yeah, you gotta trust your allies.
Exactly. Gotta run to your co-conspirator and come up with a counter plan.
But we're also your allies, so telling the truth is also part of what Bub says.
Yeah, but it was a secret.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
Bub's
probably
haul,
safe
so I
to
needed
be
to inform him that you were here, potentially about to find it.
Montulio, one day, that will get you in a situation I cannot help you in. I hope that day never comes.
Don't worry about it, Chief.
You don't know me very well.
Yeah, so Bub's
I
gonna
know
be
you
like-
extremely well. That's why I'm telling you not to worry about it.
Yeah, so Bub's gonna be like, yeah, the dragon gods didn't like you. Gotta work on that.
It's a dragon, don't you know that? It should love you.
Basically, yeah, literally, like. But you know, you don't have to get with the dragons unless it's the blue dragon. He's the best. You could always honor nature.
Exactly. And then he's like,
Then
then
when you
Bub's like,
retire, you'd have your plot of land and a house. And if you
No,
honor nature, like, that will go better.
and then Bub goes like, oh, and then if you're a blue dragon boy, we can hang out more. We'd be
That's not
officially
actually
family.
true. You would never think that. I would think
Whatever. I think that's our cue. We're probably gonna end the session around here, right?
Yeah,
Or we
we're
wanna
about to
keep
wrap
going?
up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
So, with the treasure having been unearthed, and
Literally.
hijinks having ensued over it, and two people completely unapologetic about desecrating being a sacred place to the native people.
they don't care though. They literally left us. That's just my mentality, Bub's mentality.
We're gonna go ahead and call it here for the session. Next time, the party will finish up any remaining things they need to do, as talks are getting fairly heated at the council.
Mhm.
Thank you all for tuning in, and hope you have a good one. Bye-bye.